Morning. It's day two. Remarkable. I didn't expect us to be playing this morning, I have to say, given the weather forecast, but there is a bit of blue sky up above. I wouldn't say it was particularly warm or sunny, but we are going to get started. Richard Ray from BBC. I'm Dave Fletcher, incidentally, in case you're wondering. Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester's alongside it. This is a pleasant surprise, Richard.
Yep, you rather hinted we might get an awful lot of rain overnight. We did in Leicester. There were lots and lots of big puddles and him splashing through this morning, but we are set fair, certainly for the morning, and who knows how much more time Derbyshire will need in this game.
No, don't go there. Don't go there.
Good day for the home side yesterday.
Tomorrow looks like a write-off weather-wise, but we thought that today would be bad, and Sunday looks good, so it'll probably rain. They've got no idea. They've got no idea. The umpires and the players and everybody's coming out. Derbyshire start on 144 for 3. That means a lead of 22 over Leicestershire, who were bowled out for 122. Wayne Madsen and Leas Deploy will get us underway, and we've been talking various scenarios. I've just been talking to somebody who thinks there might be 200 overs left in the game. I'm not entirely sure there'll be that many, but there could be. There could be.
In terms of available overs, right.
Yeah, so what do they do? Well, they probably...
That's a lot of overs.
It's an enormous number of overs.
Given 13 wickets fell yesterday and we were 15 overs short or whatever it was.
Yes, but we don't add them on because it was after 6 o'clock when they went off. It's one of those weird subsections of the regulations. So we've got 98. Well, no,
so we've got 2.4 extra overs? Is that...
Or perhaps 2.4, or 2 of the overs were before 6 o'clock. They went off at 5-2, didn't they? So the ones that went... So we've got 98 overs and 4 balls today. Better write that down. God, cricket never ceases to stagger, does it?
Or confuse.
It's just so complicated. Just a quick note as well. Vian Mulder, who appeared to be given a warning yesterday about running on the pitch, he can have 2 more warnings before he's actually taken off. So he's still got a couple of warnings left in the bag, should he require them. I don't think necessarily he'll be thinking about running on the pitch just to pick up 1 more warning, but he definitely got a warning yesterday. We've got an update for Richard's just gone next door to update listeners to BBC Radio Leicester. So I just got a message there about tomorrow. Here's Michael Finan to bowl the 3rd ball of this current over, and he bowls to Leas Deploy, who pushes it out into the offside. And Tom Scriven is the man who does the fielding in the covers, and there's no run. So yesterday was extremely eventful, with Leicestershire bowled out for 122. Henry Brooks, 12 overs, 6 for 20. Second best Derbyshire bowling figures on debut for the club. Dove Gregory, 6 for 9 in 1871, the only man above him on that particular list, and that was in Derbyshire's first match against Lancashire at Old Trafford. Finan is in again. That one's on the leg stump and turned down 2 fine leg for 4 runs. He has been a little wayward in his line. And Alicia's just... while I'm talking to the listeners, Alicia's just said my name down the line. I'm here and ready. 148 for 3 now. That was very spooky. It was still very spooky. 148 for 3. Fine and in again. Over the wicket, left arm, and that is a full delivery that's kept out quite nicely in the end by Leas Deploy. Just something exceptionally bizarre for BBC Coventry and Warwickshire that I never thought I'd ever have to do, but I didn't have to do it. I agreed to do it. If you want to see a Coventry City promotional video with my voice on it, now's your opportunity. Here is Michael Finan then to complete his over. It's his 6th, only his 6th of the innings. That's another full one. It's clipped into the leg side, and they go through for another single. So 5 runs off the first over of the morning. Derbyshire have moved on to 149 for 3, leading by 27. Blimey, that was quick. I've not done mine yet. You carry on then.
Josh Hull, who just bowled one short opening burst yesterday for Leicestershire, is going to get another chance. He bowled just the 4 overs, conceded 22 runs. I think it's fair to say Leicestershire head coach Paul Nixon was not overly pleased, particularly with his 2 left armers, Messrs Hull and Finan. Hull, still just a teenager. Finan still very early in his first-class career, but neither of them managed to bowl with any sort of consistency, really. And one of the consequences was that Derbyshire got off to something of a flyer, 149 for 3, and they have only used 39 overs. Hull is going to try from the city end. Yesterday he bowled from the racecourse end. In he comes and bowls to Madsen, swings it away, beg your pardon, from to Duploy, swings it away from the left-hander, but there's Duploy having picked up a single off the last ball of Finan's finishing off over, or finishing off of yesterday's over. Lets that one swing through to Peter Hanscom behind the stumps, or Hansworth as he was described in one overnight report.
Yes, along with Doug Gregory.
Hull, 2 slips, goes in, bowls to Duploy, who rather walking into the defensive shot sort of fiddles it towards point. Rehana Ahmed comes into field. Of course, there's no run. Ahmed's at point, just behind square. Tom Scriven in the covers. Lewis Hill, Leicestershire's captain, at mid-off. Chris Wright at mid-on. Sol Budinger at mid-wicket, clapping his hands. Finan is down at long leg. And the 2 slips are Ackerman at second and Vian Mulder at first. Mulder bowled a very decent spell after tea yesterday. Hull is in, bowls, Duploy getting ready, in shape to drive it away. It was, in the end, a little bit straighter than he thought it was going to be, and ended up rather blocking it out into the covers. Scriven running in front of Hill, the field.
97 overs today, including the bit more than that because we had completed the previous over, and tea is fixed at 340, close of play 605, which is nonsense.
So not 98.4. In goes Hull, bowls onto the body of, or towards the body of Duploy, works it off his legs down towards Budinger at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
97.4 it was, ultimately. And now we have, 96.2 left. My thanks to Jane next door in the scorer's box. But yeah, close at 6:05. I'll eat my hat if we.
Unless the weather, unless the light closes in, as it did last night.
Yes, yeah. Well, it was about 5 to 6 last night, wasn't it, when they left the field?
Yeah, it was a bit gloomy. Hull in, bowls full, clipped off his toes by Duploy. He's got it past Budinger, who is bounding in pursuit. Picks up around about 10 yards inside the ropes at mid-wicket. Throws, hurts his right elbow in throwing, judging by his immediate reaction. I've seen him do that a couple of times. I have a bit of an issue there, Sol Budinger. Duploy picked up a couple. He's got the runs so far today. He's moved on to 19 from his overnight score of 12 and brought up the Derbyshire 151 for 3 with that 2 runs.
You had your instructions for tomorrow yet?
None at all.
No cricket on the radio, from as far as Radio Derby are concerned. Carry on the stream until 3 o'clock.
Hull bowls, Duploy works it back down. Wasn't quite sure where it had gone, I think, there, Duploy. He looked backwards there. He played it firmly down into the ground. It bounced up and back down the pitch towards Hull. And I think for half a moment, Duploy thought it might be just spinning backwards. It wasn't. End of the over. He dealt with it perfectly competently. Derbyshire's skipper. 151 for 3 is the score. So you're not doing updates?
No bulletins. Well, no, it's a national programme, isn't it? It's a local radio national programme to cover the coronation from 10 till 3 tomorrow.
Life a little easier.
Yes, well, it also means that you can turn the volume down when you're watching the coronation and listen to our commentary, which I think will lend a certain gravitas to the whole proceedings, I would have thought, because we'll be disappearing for that's if we get underway, of course. It would be a shame if one of the easiest days of the year when we don't have to do any updates and it's raining the entire time, wouldn't it? So that over from Michael Finan, he was merely completing from last night, and as you might expect, Chris Wright is going to pick up the attack from the racecourse end, bowling to Wayne Madsen. That's the first ball that Wayne Madsen's faced this morning, and he's chopped it away to backward point for 4. Short and wide, real loosener from right. In much the same way that Finan's ball down the leg side to Lears Deploy looked like a bit of a loosener. It was very much off target. And Derbyshire had another boundary to their tally. 155 for 3 when Madsen moves up to 18 with Lears Deploy on 19. And these two have actually already added 23 from 21 deliveries, which is the kind of scoring rate that would cheer any coach. He had a big. He just came into the kitchen down at the far end of the media centre. I was talking to the chief executive Ryan Duckett about this and that, just having a chat. And Mickey Arthur walked in, so that was pretty much my cue to leave. No, he was beaming, absolutely beaming. Right is in, and that one is guided into the offside by Madsen, fielded by Ahmed. And there's no run, as you might expect, but. He left with the words, "Still plenty of work to do, Fletch. Still plenty of work to do," which is a fair point.
But it certainly was the best day of the season, as far as Derbyshire.
By an absolute mile.
Are concerned. Yeah. Leicestershire already have it under pressure in terms of saving the game, let alone getting themselves in any sort of position to put Derbyshire under pressure.
That would be a good effort if they could. That would be a good effort. 2 slips, right goes in and bowls to Madsen, who's beaten. One that lifts on him. He manages to pull his bat out of the way. I find in these circumstances the best person to look at if the ball beats the bat or hits the pads is Chris Wright. There are no unnecessary appeals at all from Chris Wright. There was a couple of big appeals from behind the stumps yesterday for leg before. He never even raised an arm.
No. He's bowled enough overs now to
he knows what's out.
Know
and
how
what's
not to waste energy or get on the umpire's nerves or whatever.
I'll keep a close eye on Wright, and he won't go far wrong. This next delivery is edged and dropped at second slip. Colin Ackerman couldn't hold on to it. It was down by his boots, but perfectly catchable. He gets a pat on the back from, I assume that's Vian Mulder at first slip. And Wayne Madsen dropped on 18. In the 3rd over of the day, a catch that a slip fielder of Colin Ackerman's repute would expect to take, I think it's fair to say.
If you're going to drop anybody, don't drop Wayne Madsen.
Next delivery is left alone by Madsen outside the off stump and through to Peter Hansworth. Hanscom, sorry. The wicketkeeper. You may have seen it on the BBC Sport website, and there's a little bit at the bottom that explains that they don't source their own, they do source their own match reports, but the sort of generic match reports, myself and Richard have nothing to do with those, which is why it should be Dove Gregory, and it also should be Peter Hanscom. But then again, everybody who's listening knows that. Certainly the Hanscom bit. And goes right again and bowls. That is driven by Madsen beautifully. The outfield will have slowed a little with the overnight rain, but that ball's racing away to the extra cover boundary for 4 runs. So that always happens, doesn't it? Players dropped, and within a ball or two, he plays a glorious drive, a cover drive out to the extra cover boundary for 4. It was the last ball of the over as well. So a boundary off the first and the last ball of the first over of the morning from Chris Wright. Madsen's moved up to 22, and Derbyshire 159 for 3, leading by 87.
As drops go, I'm afraid that was a bad one. It was low, but it was straight to him.
It was catchable, wasn't it?
Very.
For a slip fielder of Colin Ackerman's
class.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't expect to see the ball dribbling on the floor.
No,
I have to say.
No.
He'll be disappointed. I don't think he needed the pat on the back from Vian Mulder necessarily, because he probably knew. But there we go.
Josh Hull in 2 deploy bowls down the leg side. He starts a little fend at it and then just withdraws the bat just in case. We've seen a couple caught down the leg side already in this game, so better to play safe at this early stage. Deploy withdraws his bat.
No wind today, so I just looked at the Leicestershire flag there on the end of the members' pavilion. It's dropped completely from here. It was really windy yesterday.
It was.
Trees are fairly still now. The sun's out.
Clouds are moving fairly slowly. As Hull is in and bowls outside off stump. A little bit of shake to it, but very safe leave from Duploy.
appears to be coming from the west again, though, rather than from the east. It's coming from our right now, isn't it, the weather again, which is where it normally comes from. I don't know if that makes any difference to the forecast or anything, quite frankly. Anything could be happening.
Lovely tall trees away to our right, the leaves barely stirring at the moment. The clouds are moving from west to east, but pretty slowly as Hull is in, and it's forced down towards third man off the back foot by Duploi. A little bit of width. Got right on top of the bounce. Picks up a single. There is a third man, of course, at the moment. Finan is down at long leg. It's Rishi Patel who's down at third man, around about 10 yards inside the ropes. He just scrapes a little mark in the turf. Very good outfield here at the Incora County Ground. Just something he can point to in case anybody accuses him of not being where he was told to be. Right-handed Madsen on strike 2. Hull gets a ball swinging back into him, but he has a lot of time, and all the time in the world, really. He needs to get in line and play it back down the pitch towards Josh Hull. And again, the Leicestershire body language, which we remarked on not being particularly impressive yesterday. It's a little bit flat again this morning. It got better after tea yesterday when Björn Mulder told me, he said we sort of gave ourselves a talking to. But I guess that drop has deflated everybody again. Hull is in. 2 Madsen who edges, but through about 4th slip, just about at catchable height, but no chance on this occasion for Ackerman. Finan moves to his left at third man to do the fielding, and it is just a single. Madsen moves on to 23.
Mulder took 2 wickets in 3 balls, didn't he? 4 balls.
4 balls, yeah.
2 wickets in 4 balls.
During a spell of 7 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 8.
Which was astonishing, and threatened to get Leicestershire back into it. Certainly keep the deficit they may face or will face manageable.
Duploi on strike as in comes Hull, bowls to him on 2 middle and leg, turned off those stumps down towards wide long leg, almost deep backward square. Finan has a bit of work to run up to the ball. He does so. Comfortable single for Duploi. Good start then for Derbyshire. Might not have been, and Ackerman managed to hang on to that fairly straightforward, albeit low chance in the previous over of rights of Madsen. As it is, 162 for 3. The lead is now 47 wickets in hand. First innings wickets in hand.
It is one of the strangest things in sport, I think, the deficit changing into a lead. Because it took forever for Derbyshire to get those last 10 runs or so to get level and then move in front. And then once you get in front, it just races away, doesn't it? And it's inexplicable, really, because they're pretty much batting at the same rate, scoring at the same rate. Right into bowl to Duploi, who defends the first ball of the new over.
Harry Kane got a little bit becalmed,
yes,
didn't he?
Yes, he did.
During that spell, and it was good bowling from Mulder, but it was pretty much the only really decent spell the Leicestershire attack produced throughout yesterday, really.
Well, the umpire clearly thought he was a bit too wicket to wicket, ultimately, though, didn't he? Once he'd been given the warning, which we assume was a warning, although there's been nothing official to say that it was a warning, he started the ball from wider in the crease and wasn't quite as effective as right bowls to Duploi, who guides this out into the offside, backward and square. There is no run.
Yet to see any overs of spin in this game. I
No.
suspect it might be a while.
It won't be easy, will it? The ball will be getting damp as it moves across the outfield, because, well, it was raining last night, certainly around, I regret to say, 12:30. I was heading back to Sawley, as that one is defended by Duploi, a little bit hurriedly and slightly squared up, the Derbyshire skipper, in that way that left-handers often are. And it was sort of persistent drizzle last night, but I was quite pleasantly surprised when somehow managed to wake up at about 7 o'clock this morning, and it was dry, but certainly wasn't raining. And by the time I arrived in the ground just after 8 o'clock, the covers had already been removed by the ground staff. They'd done a terrific job. Next delivery from Wright is driven by Liz deploy up to Tom Scriven at mid-on.
They ought to give you a little room in this building with a camp bed or something.
I have thought about that. Sawley's I'm only 20 minutes away maximum. Well, you'll go past Sawley, won't you, on the A50 on the way in near Long Eaton.
I come down the M1 and then that way. Oh, is that?
That's the
Sawley?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, unless you come in on the A50.
Brian Clough.
Oh, you go past that then. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's just off the A50, Sawley Marina near Long Eaton. This football team were promoted last week. This next one is defended by Liz deploy up to Lewis Hill, who's at mid-off. Back-to-back promotions for Long Eaton United.
So is Long Eaton in Derbyshire, or is that in?
I think Long Eaton.
Nottinghamshire.
Well, I don't know. See, Sawley's just in Leicestershire.
Is it?
Yeah. I get slightly confused there because you go under the M1. So Sawley's on the eastern side of the M1, which always baffles me. I think Wright is in and Bowles to deploy, who drives down the ground. It's not collected by Wright. It is well stopped by Scriven, though, diving at mid-on, coming across from his left. And Lears deploy picks up another single and pinches the strike. He's monopolised the strike, it seems to me, in this early stages of day 2. He's moved on to 22. Madsen has 23, and Derbyshire 163 for 3 at the end of the Chris Wright over. He's bowled 15 overs for 44. Derbyshire lead by 41. General
gloom about the dropping of Madsen. Well, that's his 100, basically confirmed. And Bronte would like to know how you got on at the Burton Albion do last night. Were you there as a guest, or were you working on the door?
Harsh, Bronte, harsh. I was there as a guest. Yeah, just basically.
Josh Holland from the City End bowl, straight, worked towards mid-wicket by deploy off the back foot only as far as Budinger, and there's no run.
I was just sent a message by my son, who's a Bolton Wanderers fan. Ian Everett's just signed what Bolton are describing as, I find that slightly bizarre, a new long-term contract, whatever that means.
I was going to say, if you had an old long-term contract, then it's superfluous to sign a new. I think
basically he's just signed a contract.
Yes.
Thank you, Tim. Sawley definitely in Derbyshire.
Hull bowls and hits deploy on the back pad. Beats the bat, thumps into the pad, bounces out towards Ahmed in the gully. No shout of leg before. But a little encouraging moment, and he gets a pat on the back from Lewis Hill, his captain, as he walks back to his mark. A tall young left-hander. When exchanged messages with Paul Nixon last night, he was still, quote, talking to my left arm seamers. So in goes Hull and bowls, and again worked into the leg side, but this time Duploy and Madsen realise there's a quick single to be had because it's between Budinger and Wright, and they are correct in realising that there is a quick single to be had. Duploy moves on to 23, the same score as Wayne Madsen, and that sort of little concerning patch when 3 wickets fell reasonably quickly. Now well behind them because they have moved from 132 for 3 to 164 for 3. Hull is in to Madsen, who's a little bit late on that one as it swings back in from outside off stump. He was trying to square drive it away off the back foot as he rehearses the shot several times just to show us what he was trying to do. In fact, he got quite a thick inside edge, and it bounced down towards Ackerman, moving to his right at second slip.
Feels a little chillier today, don't you think?
It is. It felt that way when I was out having a little run this morning. As Hull is in, bowls a bouncer, a bit loopy, banged it in, and Madsen ducked, probably unnecessarily. Ballooned over his head, 1 for the over, says umpire Pollard.
I noticed when I was having a run this morning. A very slow walk to the car.
Scriven is being sent back from conventional mid-wicket to about 15 yards, 10 yards inside the ropes down there, almost just in front of square. Hole in, bowl, swings in, and therefore a single is available to be taken because it's a fullish delivery swinging into the legs of Madsen. He works it into the leg side. No one is there to save the single anymore. In fairness, Scriven might not have been able to anyway because it went towards square. He came running in, and Madsen and Duploy again jog the single. End of the over, 165 for 3. Derbyshire steadily extending that first innings lead, now 43.
Steady start, aided by that drop. And just to see what's in Derbyshire's minds. Whether they have one eye on tomorrow's weather. It's very difficult to take weather into account, really. I think especially in this country. You can almost guarantee that it will do the opposite of what you think it's going to do. It doesn't look great tomorrow. I've got a story about the coronation and the weather. Here's right, begins a new over, see if anybody's interested. It's driven by Wayne Madsen up to Lewis Hill at mid-on. It was the coronation of the old Queen, as I'm sure we can call her now. And televisions were fairly rare, weren't they? I imagine. I wasn't alive, clearly, not quite. And
when was it? 53.
53, yeah, I think. Yeah. Okay. So my grandmother went next door to watch the coronation on a very small, dodgy-looking black and white television. As right is in and bowls. That one is driven by Wayne Madsen for 4 runs straight back down the ground. That's a beautiful shot from Wayne Madsen. He moves on to 28 now, and Derbyshire up to 169 for 3, leading by 47. And it was raining in London at the coronation, and she immediately went out back home and out the back to get the trifles in, because clearly if it was raining on the television in London, it would be absolutely chucking it down in Birkenhead. It wasn't. It was gloriously sunny, but simpler times, I always think. Simpler times. Quite what you could see on a 9-inch black and white screen. I've no idea. My update's coming up fairly shortly, actually. I'm doing an early one, so I'll give you the handoff. It'll be after this song in about 2 minutes, 10 seconds. That one's turned into the leg side by Wayne Madsen. Nicely. Hill is chasing. That ball is racing away from him. The outfield is a lot quicker than I imagined it would be. It's a good tumbling save by, it's beyond Mulder, in fact. Not Lewis Hill, I beg his pardon. And he keeps them down to 3, so he saves 1 run there. Madsen moves on to 31. Derbyshire 172 for 3 now. 28 of your English runs have been added so far this morning. Inside 26.5 minutes or so. And the run rate just moving back towards 4 and over. For the home side. As right is in again and bowls to the left-handed Duploy. Mulder back in action again, this time at mid-off. Does the feeling. He's there because they brought Rishi Patel into slip. He was at long leg earlier. Has been in the slip cordon over the course of this match and is a regular slip fielder, of course, but he's at first slip with Colin Ackerman at second. Lewis Hill is at mid-on for the left-handed Derbyshire skipper Lewis Duploy. He must have slept better himself last night, I would have thought. I imagine he's been tossing and turning a lot this season since he was appointed Derbyshire skipper. He waits now as right is in, and that one is defended. Again, slightly square on when he defends those deliveries from right, but it's very characteristic of the way that Lewis Duploy bats.
Gets everything behind it, doesn't it?
Yeah. And he's an absolutely magnificent white ball cricketer. Has struggled a little bit on occasion. Chris Wright is on his way in again. Bowling from the racecourse, end bowls to Lears Deploy, who defends that one into the leg side. 30 runs added to that. That's much easier maths. Update for Radio Derby coming up. That was the end of the over. Chris Wright's bowled 16 overs for 51 now. His half century coming up in his 16th over. You absolutely, you're too kind, Ian, by the way. Yeah, absolutely. It was their best day of the season by a country mile. They managed to bowl Leicestershire out for 122. They then reached 144 for 3 by the time we got to the close. They went off slightly early due to bad light. Then there was a little bit of rain around as well. Lost about 12 overs, I think, yesterday evening. But that was a lead of 22. The lead is now up to 50. Because they're 172 for 3. Lears Deploy's on 23. Wayne Madsen there on 31. Lucky to be there, really, because he was dropped by Colin Ackerman at second slip for when he was on 18 with the lead at 33. But he's making the most of it. In fact, 2 balls later, he produced a glorious drive for 4, which often happens. A batsman gets dropped, and then within cooey, he gets a boundary, which is exactly what he did. And these two are batting quite nicely at the moment. There is a lot of weather about, as I'm sure you already know. Tomorrow looks horrific as far as cricket is concerned. And, so they're going to have to get their foot down. Sunday looks okay, so there's still every chance that Derbyshire could, and I say could, win their first game of the season here against Leicestershire. They're 172 for 3, leading by 50, and that's not out. That was a delivery from Josh Hull that crashed into Wayne Madsen's pads. Empire Pollard was entirely unmoved at the far end. He's bowling from the city end, left arm over the wicket. And in he comes again and bowls to Madsen. This one's down the leg side. There's a cry of catch from somebody. It was caught by Peter Hanscom, but no bat involved. So everything as far as the Derbyshire are concerned, okay. Yorkshire, how about this? Oh, they haven't got going yet. They're hoping to start at noon with 88 overs in the day, but they're 62 for 5 in response to Glamorgan's 245. Glamorgan doing really well there. Johnny Bairstow still in, though. He's unbeaten on 2. Dawid Milan on 8 as Hull bowls, and Madsen pushes it up to mid-on. And there's no run. The other game in the second division, there are only 3 for no apparent reason, has got Sussex at 71 for 3, but there is a break in play. I have no further information on that, but there is a break in play. 71 for 3, Sussex, in reply to Worcestershire's 264. Steve Smith has faced 12 deliveries. He's yet to get off the mark, and Cheteshwar Pujara is on 5. Next delivery from Hull is chopped into the ground, square on the offside by Wayne Madsen, straight to Rehan Ahmed. And there's no run. So a couple of fairly decent and useful batsmen out in the middle for Sussex at the moment, but it just says break in play on my screen. No further information, I'm afraid. And there is a delay as well at Taunton, where they finished early yesterday. In fact, they've only bowled 37 overs and 4 balls in the entire match. Northamptonshire won 37 for 4. Warwickshire 82 without loss in reply to Hampshire's 229. They trailed by 147. Surrey are 28 without loss, trailing Essex by 286 at Chelmsford. And Nottinghamshire are 131 for 6. They still trail Lancashire by 83. Chris Wright begins a new over from the racecourse and bowls to Lears Deploy, who drives him just to the right of Lewis Hill, and that's gone all the way to the boundary. It's a wide, long off. For 4 runs, he moves to 27, 176 for 3.
One of those dives from Lewis Hill when momentum made him dive, but he knew he was going to miss it by several feet.
Well, he'd have to have been about 9 foot tall, wouldn't he,
Exactly,
really, to get that. Yeah. You've got to put the effort in, though. And as captain especially, I think you have to put the effort in, don't you? Because you can't tear a strip off somebody if you're not diving around the outfield. Not that he wouldn't. No glee at the moment from the Derbyshire supporters on social media, which is nice. Right bowls wide of the off stump, left alone by Leicestershire. They've been here too many times. We all have. And I've only been here since 2016, and I've been here far too many times. With Derbyshire threatening to be good.
Well, they couldn't be in a much better position in the game.
No, indeed.
After 3 sessions and just half an hour.
And with they haven't got back underway at Headingley yet, but Yorkshire's struggling. That's always a delight. There's the team immediately above Derbyshire. Right, bowls to deploy, struck on the pad. Is he gone, or is it pitched outside leg? Too high. Everything.
Too high for me. Right, did go up, which is by your sort of how to measure appeals. It should have been a good one then, but for me I think he was a little bit late. I think he responded to the appeal from behind the stumps. And for me, that was a little bit high. Let's have a look, see. Swung a bit, actually swung too much back in and was probably going down leg side as well.
Okay.
It was a bit of a late swing. It did definitely wobble.
I've got a message from Ed, but I don't really understand. Rain, well, I think
Save him lunch?
Rain to your, rain to your right may hit or miss. It's finest weather forecasting, as this one is defended by Deploy out into the onside, and there's no run. So there might be rain or there might not. Thanks, Ed. Always good to keep informed about these kind of things. There are some very unpleasant looking clouds around, and there is rain over just beyond the city, over the hotel. You can see some rain falling there, but at the moment, no lights on here, and no rain either, which is good news, and nobody from the ground staff sitting on the tractor, which is always a sign. Right is in again, and Deploy leaves this one as it goes through to Hanscom. Ed will have got that message by now, because they're about 30 seconds or so behind on the stream, aren't they? So I wasn't taking the mickey, Ed. I'm just saying it either will rain or it won't. And the chances are that at some point it will. It's just a matter of how much time is taken out of the game. All good at the moment, though. I'm delighted to say. Right in and bowls to Deploy again. Defending up to Van Mulder at mid-on, but again with his front pad is very much into the leg side, which makes him look like he's front on. He will say, as a left-hander with the bowler pushing the ball across him, that's the best way to deal with it. And who am I to argue with somebody whose career average is well into the 30s? End of the over, 176 for 3, Madsen 31, Deploy 27. The lead is 54.
Just finding a little bit of occasional late in-swing Chris Wright as well. For the most part, he is pushing it across Deploy, but that leg before shout and that last delivery just dipped in late. So Deploy doing well to keep them off his stumps. Hull continues from the city end to bowl to Madsen over pitches and is driven from just outside off stump. Budinger turns and chases back from cover towards deepish extra cover, picks up in front of the almost unoccupied East Midlands demolition stand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 denizens therein.
You're too kind, Springsteen.
Madsen picks up a couple. He moves on to 32, having been on 18 when he was dropped this morning by Colin Ackerman off the bowling of Chris Wright. That second slip. Hull searching for his first wicket of the game is in. Almost had it there as well, because it swung back in and stayed a little bit low. He stayed on the back foot, Madsen, and tried to sort of, not quite sure what he was trying to do really, paddle pull it through mid-wicket. Either way, it went underneath his bat, and as he just can occasionally do when Madsen looking a little bit inelegant at the crease, as he tried to get some sort of bat on that one. And he wanders down and has a composing chat with Leos Deploy, just regathers his thoughts.
I'm glad you couldn't describe it because I had no idea what that was.
It
wasn't very nice, though.
Neither now nor somewhat. In goes Hull, bowls a bouncer. Madsen ducks underneath it.
Just as an aside, Springsteen saying some nice things, but I'm not sure the BBC would let me anywhere near a coronation commentary. King Charles coming in from the Whitehall end.
Yeah. You can imagine it. Wonder what that cost.
Well, yeah, there might be a bit of that as well. Blimey, look at all that gold.
It's true. Flopping runs in and bowl swings back in and was going on down the leg side. The appeal on all sides is choked off in midstream.
I don't want to put the mockers on Wayne Madsen. But we've seen this a few times this season, and he gets into a little patch where all of a sudden he doesn't seem to be able to lay bat on ball, and that ultimately leads to his demise. I mean, often he's past 50 when it happens, this season certainly. But he can just get a little bit, I don't know, rattled's not the right word, but...
uncoordinated. Hull is in, bowls to him. He goes back and turns the delivery wristily, but gently into the leg side. Scriven, who keeps feeling he's sort of right, the lower part of his back with his right hand. I don't know quite what he's doing, but I've seen him do that 3 or 4 times now this morning. Hopefully he's okay. He's bending over now, apparently perfectly flexibly, and giving the ball a good polish. Maybe he's gathering a bit of sweat or something to put on the ball.
Yes, they do from the small of the back, don't they?
Do they?
Yeah, apparently.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a very unpleasant thought.
Sun comes back out at the county ground as Hull is in, bowls, and again the in-swinger, again Madsen playing it solidly enough off stump on the back foot end of the over.
And the weather forecaster has arrived.
Lunch must be near.
That's well, yeah. There's some rain to the right. We can see the rain over the hotel, can't we?
We can.
Yeah.
Looks very
But
dark
I particularly
over
like it might hit you or it might not. It's the kind of weather forecast that we enjoy. But at the moment, the sun is shining, which is excellent. In fact, there's rain past already over to the left as well. You can see there's rain there in those clouds. I mean, they're not very pleasant-looking clouds, but at the moment, we're getting away with it.
Being lucky.
Yeah. So.
177 for 3, Derbyshire, and they now lead by 55.
Was it day 1 at Leicester this year when the rain kept... Every time I went out the back to do a report, I came back in and said, well, that's it, this rain's coming. It went round Grace Road constantly. I mean, it chucked it down on the Friday. I got very wet. Chris Wright begins a new over from the racecourse end. Balls to Deploy, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Goes through to wicketkeeper Peter Hansworth. As he will forever be known, bless him. He won't. I'll let it drop soon. The interesting thing about Dove Gregory, and it is Dove, not Doug, is that he was actually called Gregory Dove, but he changed his name around to become Dove Gregory.
Peaceful man, perhaps. This is Victorian times.
Absolutely, 1871. That one is pushed out into the offside by Wright. And comes Michael Finan to do the fielding. He's filling in the covers. 2 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. There is a third man as well, just in front of a couple of Leicestershire, well, one Leicestershire player who's been put through the ringer. Well, that's what it looks like to me. He's having to do lots of jogging around the boundary's edge with his GPS vest on. This next one is pushed out towards him. He can actually pick that ball up if he wants. That's gone out towards the cover boundary, not far from where the tractor is. I just hope they've kept their eye on that ball. We had 5 minutes yesterday when they were searching for the ball. Deploy moves to 31, 182 for 3, and the lead is up to 60 now.
Yes, I'm not sure who that is. There have been a couple of trialists of late. Maybe one of those.
It'd be harsh
looks
to
tired.
bring a trialist to a first-class match and make him run in his tracksuit around the boundary's edge, wouldn't it?
What's he doing? About 100, 120 yards, something like that. He's being timed. He's blowing a bit.
Then he gets a rest and he has to do it again.
Intervals.
If that was my trial, I'd tell them where to stick it, I think. I'm all right, lads. I'm not that desperate for a job. It goes right again. Balls to deploy. Leaves alone outside the off stump. Just started to get up a little bit, the wind, looking at that flag, and it rather bizarrely appears to be coming from the southwest. No, the southeast. No, it's turned again. There we go. It's definitely coming. It comes from the west. The weather from it, the weather here at the county ground. It generally
to come
does.
from over the. I was going to say hotel. It is still a hotel.
Yes, it
is.
is.
It's changed.
Yeah.
Branding a few times, or a couple of times, I seem to recall.
Yes, it's been done up a few times. Most recently for Pakistan, as this one is defended by Lears deploy up to Mulder at mid-on.
They took it over, did they? Or?
They took it over. The whole area, including the hotel, was all fenced off during COVID. And that series that Pakistan played against England, they warmed up here. They actually played a first-class match amongst themselves. Two teams, blues and greens, I think, but I wouldn't swear to it. They played a first-class match here at the county ground that was witnessed by very few people. Nigel Gardner was here. As Wright bowls to deploy, just pushes it out into the offside. Around goes Finan, but a comfortable single is taken. From the final ball of the Chris Wright over, 18 overs for 60 now. Chris Wright deploy with that single moves on to 32 when Madsen has 33. The partnership, which got to 50, and I should have spotted it. The boundary in that over is 51. The lead is 61 at 183 for 3.
Yeah, they'll be very happy with the start they've made this morning. Derbyshire 39 added so far without the loss of a wicket. More overs into the legs of the Leicestershire seamers. The ball now, what, 49? Or was that 44? 49 overs old. And the lead building steadily. Josh Hull, it's a longish spell for the young man, is continuing from the city end bowls onto off stump. Forward goes Duploy, playing it back past Hull on the offside, but he lets it go as it bounces through to Hill at mid-off. He has been better this morning. Bowled just the 4 overs yesterday for, I think it was 26 Hull. So he's now into his 6th over of the morning, and he's conceded only, I think, 7 runs, I think. So much better effort in terms of accuracy. Bowls to deploy, almost squeezed that one through. You heard the semi-appeal, semi-shout of frustration, particularly from behind the stumps, but Hull also, hands started to go into the airs. It was a foolish delivery, it swung a bit. Duploy got everything forward, and a sort of combination of bat and pad and inside edge, and managed to smother the ball out into the offside, fiddle it out into the offside, almost got through. He was very late on it. Hull is in again, deploying the back foot, slightly short of a length, so slightly easier to deal with. Drops it out into the offside. Ahmed Fields.
Lights coming on. Rain. I'm trying to... I don't like doing this, really. It could pass us to the south, you know. It could pass us to the south.
It could.
Although our resident weather forecast says that is going to hit us. Ever the optimist.
Hull is in, bowls, a bouncer. Played very easily by Duploy, i.e. he just bobs at the knees. Lets the ball bounce over his right shoulder. There are the clouds, you can see them on the stream. The floodlights coming on. Dark. At the Incora County Ground. Not quite as dark as it kind of looks, if you know what I mean, on the stream. Oh, shuffle of the feet, then long strides as he comes in. Bowls to Deploy, plays it nicely off the back foot, but a wonderful diving stop away to his right. Too high to his right by Rahan Ahmed. Saves probably 2. It might have been Patel running around from third man to cut it off, but still wonderfully athletic piece of work from Rahan Ahmed. High to his right, high to his right, about head height. Stuck out a big right hand in mid-dive and managed to make the stop. Good work.
I might have picked up a new summariser last night at the Burton Albion presentation night. The skipper John Brayford came up to me towards the end.
Hole is in, bowls to Deploy, who's managed to work that one through the covers between Ahmed and Scriven off the back foot. Didn't really time it, sounded a bit tinny, but nonetheless a comfortable couple for Leos Deploy as Scriven runs back, picks up around 20 yards inside the ropes at cover, and Deploy overtakes Wayne Madsen 34 to 33. Those rain clouds continue to drift towards the ground, almost over us now, but at the moment no rain and no ground staff by the covers. They don't think it's going to rain.
No,
they usually know.
They usually know, which is why it was very encouraging to see the covers off at such an early time this morning, because ordinarily they thought there was a bit of rain about. They'd leave most of them on, wouldn't they? But the pitch was very much open to the elements first thing. Yeah, Bray, who's a former Derby County player, of course, Cardiff City, Sheffield United. Chris Wright begins a new over from the racecourse, then bowls to Wayne Madsen, who defends it, and it's a no ball. 187 for 3, the lead 65. Is a huge fan of the cricket commentary, which is always gratifying. And his dad is a huge fan of the football commentary, which is slightly concerning. And he came to 2 4-day games. He told me yesterday, last season. He's mates with George Scrimshaw, who's obviously Burton born and has been to a few Burton Albion games this season as well. As Wright goes in and bowls to Madsen, that one's on his legs and he clips it away out to the square leg boundary. There's a chase on here for Finan. He puts the slide in, as all fielders do these days pretty much, and keeps him down to a couple. Madsen regains the lead. He moves to 35, 189 for 3. So I suggested to him that he came up and next time he was here, just drop me a little note before he's coming. And T20 especially, when we haven't got any money to pay summarisers and things like that, all volunteers are gratefully received, but that could be good fun. It's slightly eccentric as this next delivery is left alone outside the off stump by Wayne Madsen.
I would rather have a summariser like that than someone who just repeats what you've said or something like that.
No, he says I probably know more about cricket than I think he might have had a drink. I'm not sure, which I thought was more than possible, that he knows more about cricket than I. But he's a big sports fan. He's an absolutely top man as well. Still not quite my favourite Burton player. That remains Des Yoshilaju, as I told him last night, rather embarrassingly, as Wright goes in and bowls. That's turned into the leg side by Wayne Madsen, fielded by Finan at mid-wicket. Leos Deploy just looking up at the skies. You don't get these in Cape Town, he's saying to himself. It was Joe Berg's Super Kings he was with in the SA20. He played. And then they're going
raining.
off. It is raining. That's why he was looking to the skies, because it's raining, and Ed Dawes was absolutely right. So rain falling at 11:51 here at the County Ground. In fact, Wayne Mad, they're hurtling off because it is bouncing it down. There's going to be a very much a delay here with Derbyshire on 189 for 3. They now lead by 67. Wayne Madsen is on 35 and Leos Deploy is on 34. It'll be in a minute to say, I told you so. And he'd be absolutely right. It is raining very heavily here. There are supporters running for cover, and quite frankly, there isn't an awful lot of it here at the County Ground in Derby. Very disappointing, but slightly inevitable, I think, over the next couple of days that we will have interruptions. They were talking about showers yesterday, which basically means they don't really know. They can't predict accurately where they're going to fall, but this one is falling here on the County Ground. And for the time being, we're not going to see any play.
I'll make it 12.1 overs. We've had 45 runs added.
I'll take that.
Derbyshire would certainly take it.
Yeah.
Or would have taken it had it been offered, as everybody flees into the cover. They leave the open temporary permanent stand and head into the East Midlands demolition stand, which
It'll
at
be
least
very popular.
has a roof.
It's the only covered
I
seating.
think I'll be heading into the Boundary Bar Cafe or somewhere like that.
Yes.
Somewhere a bit warmer.
Closed though.
It is fairly pelting down at
It
the
is.
moment.
This is very unpleasant rain.
And I think we might be off. They might just take a little bit of. You can hear it actually, probably.
But it might be good for Ed because we'll probably have an early lunch. So
We have ordered 4 more.
he'll be eating his way through all the food left in the county ground between now and later. The lights are actually shining very brightly now. It's going quite dark, and this is not just a temporary delay. This is going to be quite.
Those
the
run-up
delay.
needs covering quickly, don't they? Because it's hammering down.
When you say quickly, they're not moving
No.
quickly. There's no point in us prattling on while it's raining. A, for your sanity, and B, for ours. 189 for 3, Derbyshire at the rain delay. When Madsen has 35, Leicestershire has 34. Madsen dropped this morning by Colin Ackerman when he was on 18. There were 33 in front at that stage. They're now 67 in front, Derbyshire. The rain is bouncing off the covers. This doesn't look great. This really doesn't look great. And I'm afraid it might be some time before we return. But when we do return, hopefully with some action, I hope you can join us. In the meantime, I should find an alternative commentary because we're not going to be playing for a while. Go in and balls to Reed.
Terrific catch. They'll take one. Too straight, too good.
2-6-3, record broken.
Oh, what a catch! Great atmosphere, concentration. And they are champions once again.
Go in and balls to Reed. in and bowls to Reed. in and balls to Reed.
Terrific catch. They'll take one. Too straight, too good.
2-6-3, record broken.
Great atmosphere. Concentration. And they are champions once again.
In and balls to Reed.
Terrific catch. They'll take one. Too straight, too good.
2-6-3, record broken.
Great atmosphere. Concentration. And they are champions once again.
in and balls to Reed.
Terrific catch. They'll take one. Too straight, too good.
2-6-3, record broken.
Great atmosphere. Concentration. And they are champions once again.
In and balls to Reed. in and balls to Reed.
Terrific catch. They'll take one. Too straight, too good.
2-6-3, record broken.
Great atmosphere. Concentration. And they are champions once again.
In and balls to Reed.
Terrific catch. They'll take one. Too straight, too good.
2-6-3, record broken.
Great atmosphere. Concentration. And they are champions once again.
In and balls to Reed.
Terrific catch. They'll take one. Too straight, too good.
2-6-3, record broken.
Great atmosphere. Concentration. And they are champions once again.
In and balls to Reed. Well. Welcome back to the Incora County Ground. That was the end of that sentence. Got stuck halfway through. The good news is we're going to get started again. We are going to have 66 overs, if it doesn't rain again, between now and 10:30 tonight. And tea will be at 4:10, which almost certainly means a very lengthy, well, it's a 2-hour session to start with, but they're not going to bowl 32 overs in 2 hours, which means that they're going to have about 40 overs in the final session. Now, whether that's Derbyshire bowling in the final session to try and force Leicestershire's hand, who knows? But at the moment, Derbyshire are in a healthy position, 189 for 3, leading by 60. Leading by 60. I've just run down the corridor. I should never do that. Leading by 67. Liz Deploy has 34. Wayne Madsen has 35. Rescue me, Richard Ray.
You really think that is a genuine possibility? We might yet see Leicestershire back at the crease today?
Don't see why not.
I suppose if they're anticipating losing a fair chunk, if not all, tomorrow to the weather, but they still have an awful lot of time.
It would be the bold move, wouldn't it?
It would be very bold. I'd be a bit surprised.
Brave,
to be honest.
I'd
be a bit surprised.
Yes, minister terms. It would be brave.
Unless they throw the bat a little bit. Already leading Derbyshire by a healthy 67, 7 first innings wickets in hand to establish batsmen at the crease. Leicestershire very much on the back foot. They went into a little huddle as they came out. Leicestershire, arms around each other's shoulders. Football style. Not entirely sure I approve.
They like a huddle, don't they?
You could have a huddle in the changing room, couldn't you?
Oh yeah, but nobody sees that. It doesn't show how together you are, does it? Really? Is this my over?
I don't know.
Halfway through it, Chris Wright is in and bowls to Wayne Madsen, who cuts the first ball of the afternoon session out towards the cover boundary.
I thought you were going to say the Geary stand.
It's eventually caught up by Tom Scriven, and the batsmen get through for 3 runs. So Derbyshire up and running this afternoon. The lead is up to 70. 192 for 3. Wayne Madsen on 238. Started the day against Chris Wright in a very similar fashion, I recall, although it was some time ago. We've lost 19 overs today, and I know that because everybody has told me every time I've asked somebody, because I keep forgetting or not listening, and I apologise for that to everybody who's told me, mainly you, Richard. I've been busy. I'm really busy in the lunch break. I went to do the leading wicket takers since 1947 in Test cricket in the press box. Chris Wright goes in and bowls to Liz Deploy, who plays at that one, misses it, just moved away from him, and it was taken quite low down by Peter Hanscom, the wicket keeper, but a good delivery by Wright, really good delivery. And that will just remind Liz Deploy that he can take nothing for granted despite already having had a start. He'll have to start again. He's on 34. Also spoke to Dino Marmere at lunchtime as well, which is always a treat. Burton Albion manager, for those who don't know. I'm just phoning up random people and speaking to them. Right in again and bowls to Deploy, who pushes this out into the leg side. And a fairly impressive piece of fielding to a degree by Rehan Ahmed. And it's the end of the over. I'm glad that one was mine. I thought
it was a short one.
I thought there were more than 3 balls left, but there weren't. Chris Wright, 19 overs for 67 now. Derbyshire with Deploy on 34 and Madsen on 38. This partnership worth 60. They lead by 70 at 192. 4-3.
At some stage, Leicestershire will have to give Ahmed or Ackerman a bowl just to get the over rate back down. It's now creeping up into the dangerous territory, -3.
They could try something.
Don't want to lose the single point that they've gained so far.
Finan and Scriven, between them, have bowled 10 overs.
Slightly surprising.
Not many,
neither of them bowled as well as they would have liked yesterday, I'm sure. Indeed, only Mulder has bowled one decent spell in this game of the Leicestershire attack, I would suggest. And it is going to be Vian Mulder now from the City end coming in, and bowling comes back a little bit to Wayne Madsen, but it was in the nature of a loosener from Vian Mulder. Leicestershire South Africa international all-rounder with the slowest walk back to the top of his mark.
Plenty of time to chat, doesn't he?
It does. And immediately after one delivery,
oh dear,
Paul Pollard, who has, we are pretty sure, given him one official warning and has had numerous warning chats. Goes out and puts his foot down in front of the wicket. Mulder is in, bowled slightly short of a length. His back foot looking to force it, but not timing it. Is Madsen just pushing it out into the offside and then holding up his bat towards his skipper, who wasn't going to go anywhere anyway.
Liz Deploy, who is South African but not international, has just very cleverly looked there. I've just there's a little bit of rough there on the centre of the pitch. Umpire, I don't know if you spotted it. I'm just tapping it down.
Right. On the other hand, if I was Lewis Deploy in the position I'd be encouraging Mulder to run all over the track, to be quite honest. He's in and bowls again, slightly short of a good length, so not really giving it too much opportunity to seam or swing, and forced out into the offside again by Madsen. And again, there is no run. Buttinger in the covers. First man to it. He and Rahan Ahmed exchange jocularities, which amuses them both, it would seem. Mulder, short-sleeved shirt, slightly angled run. He is in and bowls again. That short of a good length delivery. It's straighter this time and obviously on the back foot. Madsen turns his wrists on the defensive push out towards Tom Scriven. No run again. Deploy comes down and just
reminding the umpire.
Taps gently on or around the area just in front of the stumps where Mulder may or may not be landing. He has gone a lot wider already when he delivers, bowls to Madsen, who covers up to a straightish delivery, slightly fuller of length. No movement though for Mulder, as there was yesterday after tea when he got the ball just to move really nicely, and poor Brooke Guest got an absolute jaffer, didn't he? His third ball, I think he faced, that sort of was narrowed, angled in, and then just moved away and clipped his off stump. Well, not more than clipped it, knocked it out of the ground, actually. But there wasn't much Guest could do about that one. Mulder is in again on the off stump, and again looking to force off the back foot. Madsen pushes it back towards us. His fellow South African. End of the over. A maiden over from Riaan Mulder. 6 of them he's bowled now. Indeed, since his first 4 overs, which were a little expensive, yesterday's spell of 7 overs produced how many maidens? 5 maidens. So his last 8 overs have produced 6 maidens.
We will say about poor old Brooke Guest that it was after that Riaan Mulder was given the warning for running on the pitch, and when he was bowling slightly wider as he did towards the end of that over, he isn't as effective, it seems, as he was bowling very much wicket to wicket.
He and Madsen having a little conversation. Both seem very nice men, so I can't imagine there's anything spiky about it.
Smile on his face there as he talks to Billy Taylor, the umpire. Josh Hull is going to take over. He's bowled 10 overs for 33.
Yeah, he bowled a lot of overs this morning as well, didn't he?
Left arm over the wicket to the left-hander, Lewis Deploy, and that one's down the leg side. He misses out because he makes no contact with it at all, the Derbyshire skipper, and it goes through to Hanscom behind the stumps, who was moving across to his right as he had to.
Bowled 6 overs for 11 runs this morning, Josh Hull, which was better in terms of runs conceded, not particularly threatening really, but they look like they're trying to get overs into him almost, don't they? Really, because he's operated from one end or now the other throughout the day so far.
He was out very early this morning as well on the practice pitch, going through his bowling. So he did a fair amount of bowling in the hour or so before the start of play. Just the one slip now. As Hull is in and bowls to Deploy, who pulls this one around the corner. There is a man out there on the mid-wicket boundary. It's Riaan Ahmed. And they pick up another single. Deploy moves to 35, 193 for 3. Yeah, I suppose it's whether Derbyshire feel that bonus points are actually worth anything. I'm not sure that they are, in all honesty. So, game-wise, well, obviously they want to be more than 71 in front, and they almost certainly will be. Well, they will be. As Hull bowls to Madsen, who leaves alone outside the off-stump, ball goes through to the keeper.
A bit better, wasn't it? Bit of shape, held its own a little bit off the seam.
I would like
He
to
looks a bit down, doesn't he, Josh Hull? Perhaps that's just his demeanour. Obviously, we haven't seen too much of him.
Well, he's not gambling back to his mark. He's got all on to control his hair, of course, which is that is quite a fringe.
Bit of a mop, isn't it?
If they're called fringes, they're probably called something else now, aren't they? They were a fringe when I had hair, as this one is left alone outside the off-stump by Madsen. I'd rarely comment on people's hair other than, well, two of the Leicestershire players I've now commented on, so perhaps I do.
I'm sure at the start of this game, Josh Hull had a sort of light brown, not quite ponytail, but there was some sort of dye involved, but that seems to have disappeared as well now.
That's good. It goes to a V at the back, so he's sort of got a mullet type affair at the back. This one is on the leg stump and turned into the leg side by Wayne Madsen. A little aerially, but there's nobody in close. There is a man down at the long leg.
Yes,
they go through for a comfortable single.
He hasn't gone down the Peaky Blinders
No, indeed.
route that a number of players seem to have done.
I think I'd go for that. Have you never thought of that one?
Peaky Blinder cut. Sort of longish on top,
Yeah.
very short.
No.
Basically. It's never changed much.
Imagine if you went into a barber shop in Spain and asked for a Peaky Blinders haircut. I wonder what you'd get. Left arm from Hull, just dabbed into the offside by Lears Deploy, but there's a comfortable single there because they both set off at the same time. Lears Deploy picks up another single. He moves to 36. Madsen has 38. End of the over. Just the couple of runs from it. 195 for 3. Derbyshire's lead is 73 now. And hats off to the people who've stuck with us outside, who had to run for shelter at around about 10 to 12 when it absolutely hosed down for about 15, 20 minutes. You can see how dark the pitches either side of the one we're playing on are. So there is some dampness out there. The outfield will have slowed a touch, I'm sure.
Ian Mulder is going to try around the wicket to the left-handed Lears Deploy, so shouldn't be any more issues in terms of running down the line of the wickets. He will fall away to the right. Can he get the movement that occasionally he got yesterday? Lots of pointing going on. Leicestershire showing minimal urgency in terms of improving their over rate at the moment. Rishi Patel is going in at first slip alongside Colin Ackerman, who takes a step to his left at second. Up from long leg to square leg comes Michael Finan with a whoop. Perhaps looking forward to the prospect of a conversation with umpire Taylor. Round the wicket comes Mulder and bowls. Forward goes Deploy, working it just wide of Rehan Ahmed. He hesitated a moment about calling for the single as Ahmed closed on the ball, but he had to pursue it for a while. So in the end it was a pretty comfortable call. Wayne Madsen knew what he was about in bringing his skipper through. Deploy onto 37, 196 for 3.
He seems to pursue balls for a while, quite a lot, Rehan Ahmed.
Was it he struggling with his geometry yesterday? No, it was young Hull, wasn't it?
Yes, it was Hull going in
yesterday
in a very strange manner.
Madsen is waiting for that one from Mulder, and he pushes it back down the pitch towards Mulder, who is entitled to step across the pitch on this occasion because he actually fielded the ball off his own bowling, put out a big right hand and got hold of it, and then did his very best to step off the line of the stumps, having fielded the ball. He is very conscious of not further incurring the displeasure of the umpire. Goes in and bowls to Madsen. Again, it's that slightly short of a length delivery, so not really giving the ball a chance to seam too much or swing too much. Not that it is. It is colder today, as Fletcher's pointed out. And certainly we haven't seen as much swing. The lights did come on briefly this morning, didn't they? They have been rightly switched off since. They obviously come on and don't take as long to warm up in, perhaps with these smaller lights. In goes Mulder, worked away nicely by Madsen off his hip down to long leg, where Rahan Ahmed runs in to meet the ball. Another single taken.
It'll take about a week and a half to warm up, but they're not the best.
But they go off quickly then.
Yeah, but you can switch them off very quickly. Yeah, that was always a thing, wasn't it? The early floodlights. So if there was an outage and the lights went up, you had to wait 20 minutes before you could switch them back on. It had to cool down before you could put them back on again. What on earth was that all about?
Back round goes Mulder to Duploy, bowls on off stump. Duploy is forward, defending though, pushing the ball firmly out into the offside. Scriven runs across to his left of field. Continues, or rather sedately, on its way this game.
I suppose the thing about the Derbyshire and what they want and how they feel everything is playing.
Just build.
But Deploy, the captain, is out there, isn't he? So he knows exactly what conditions are like, what the ball's doing.
Mulder is in, bowls onto the legs of Duploy, who can work it through square leg, a position the ball before vacated by Michael Finan, who was pushed down to deep square, and as a consequence, a nice single available and taken. Duploy keeps a strike. He moves on to 38, 198 for 3. What's the partnership now? 66 from 105 balls.
Greg's been on. I haven't opened his email yet. I'm about to. He normally has words of wisdom.
They'll be very happy with the way things are going.
He's a very sound and sensible man because he's enjoying the commentary as always, he says. He's got a question about Harvey Hussain. Yeah, it's a good question.
He's retired now, isn't
well,
he? Was it injury? Or?
Yeah, persistent concussion, sadly. Josh Hull, I will answer your question in a moment, Greg. Josh Hull in and bowls to Lias Deploy, who turns this into the leg side. There is a single there out to Ahmed. There is only one, though. You can hear Wayne Madsen shout no. Deploy up to 39, joins Madsen on 39, in fact, 199 for 3. He says he's been having a look at the Derbyshire Premier League and noticed that Harvey Hussain was playing for Swarkston. He was surprised at this, as he thought he wasn't going to play cricket again after his concussion led him to leave Derbyshire. He can't play professional cricket again. I don't understand exactly how that works. Do you know why do professionals play cricket in the Premier League? Is it for fun, fitness, or financial remuneration? I think you've answered your own question there, Greg. This one is defended by Madsen up towards very straight mid-off. He wouldn't get a professional footballer turning out for a Sunday league team. That's a very good point. But it's always happened, hasn't it? I mean, the northern cricket leagues have always had professionals, and Birmingham League was very big on overseas professionals especially, wasn't it? And I know you can have domestic professionals as well. In fact, in the Bolton League, we've now disbanded, as Hull is in and bowls to Madsen, who gets one that just probably bounces a bit more than he was expecting, and therefore was a little surprised and had to try to play the ball into the ground, which he did successfully. At the Bolton League, you had to have a professional. If you didn't have a professional, you were fined. So it was pointless not having one, because you might as well pay the fine to the professional. A lot of them play county cricket. If they're not quite in the first team, it gives them extra cricket, doesn't it, out in the middle? Hull is in and bowls to Madsen, who drives. That was a horrible sound off his bat. Clearly didn't get it off the middle, and it's fielded by Scriven, but they get back for 2. And the 200 is up for Derbyshire. 201 for 3 in the 55th over. Very healthy run rate, 3 2/3. 3.66. I don't know if it's recurring or not. Madsen moves on to 41. Partnership up to 69 now. And in comes Hull again. That's short and wide and chopped into the ground, and it loops into the hands of Rehan Ahmed. And there's no run. So I hope that answers your question, Greg. It's definitely for financial, I can't even say it, remuneration. But it is an interesting point because you wouldn't get I think the pros who are contracted must have permission from their counties to play, but I don't think the counties dissuade them, mainly because it gets them extra cricket. Those who aren't playing, Hull bowls a full delivery. Update in a minute. That one is guided backward of square on the offside. And they get back for two more, and Madsen moves on to 43, 203, 4-3 now. End of the over, 39 to deploy, 43 to Madsen. I apologise in advance to those listening online and on the stream, but there might be a conversation with Donna Allos, who is on afternoon show duties. But just bear with. I am, after all, employed by a radio station. First and foremost. Vian Mulder to continue from the city and in glorious sunshine here at the county ground. Bowls to deploy, who guides this very cleverly down towards the vacant third man area. Colin Ackerman is chasing it, and he's beaten by Rehan Ahmed. They're going to come back for three, and they do. Good afternoon, Donna. Yes, I'm better now because we've started playing again. We were off for an awful long time due to an exceptionally heavy shower of rain. It landed about 10 to 12, and a lot of people got very wet inside the county ground. I'm delighted to say I wasn't one of them. And we started again at 10 past 2. 66 overs to be bowled today if we get that far, but it's gloriously sunny now. And Derbyshire are continuing to impress in this game against Leicestershire, who, don't forget, went into the match second in the second division. 206 for 3 now. Leicester Ploy 42, Wayne Madsen 43. They were in overnight as well, so no wickets for Leicestershire today. Their partnership currently worth 74, and Derbyshire lead by 84, having yesterday bowled Leicestershire out for 122. In comes Vian Mulder again, no chat. And it's pushed off the back foot up to mid-off. It's fielded by Chris Wright, who takes the sweat from the nape of his neck to polish the ball. Oh, very unpleasant. It's the modern way. I think they have to do it these days. They're not allowed saliva, of course, anymore. That's completely banned. Vian Mulder in again, bowls to Madsen, who drives. That's a nice looking shot, but again it's Chris Wright who does the fielding. On his knees, he lifts the ball to Lewis Hill, who threatens to throw somewhere, but neither batsman had gone anywhere. And it remains 206 for 3. 250, remember, those who haven't been with us since the start of the season, when bonus points begin for batting sides. Leicestershire already with one bowling bonus point as Mulder bowls on the stumps, possibly on leg stump, and turned into the leg side by Wayne Madsen. Out towards Rishi Patel. They pick up another single. Madsen moves to 44, 207 for 3. It is all fairly straightforward at the moment for the Derbyshire batsmen out there. No wickets today for Leicestershire. What appears from behind glass to be a perfectly lovely early summer's day, but I can tell you it's chilly out there. Mulder bowls, and he plays and misses there. He fiddled at that one, Leicester Ploy, which he hasn't done for a while. But it's the end of the over, so Mulder will have to put that one in his memory bank that he's beaten the bat, and when he starts his next over, try to reproduce it. Both batsmen removing their sweaters. Leicester Ploy has removed his helmet as well to reveal the magnificent bandana that he wears when he's batting.
Yes, isn't it?
That's
Sort of blue with white
splendid
highlights of some
Absolutely.
kind.
It's a thing of beauty, which we rarely see. He's got a pale blue one as well, which I'm a particular fan of. I do like pale blue.
Essentially to absorb sweat, one assumes.
Well, I imagine so. It's less romantic when you put it like that. When you actually find out what it's for, it's less appealing, but I do like the bandana.
Well, it looks like Josh Hull has been told he's going to bowl all day, whatever happens.
Yeah.
Because
Over the wicket, round the wicket. Do what you want, mate, but you bowl him.
He is going to continue from the racecourse end. He's going to go around. He's going to try around the wicket, trying something new to the right-handed Wayne Madsen. In he goes and bowls. Madsen drives pleasantly. That sounded rather better than his last effort, and indeed it's travelling much more quickly down towards the extra cover boundary. Chris Wright rather labours in pursuit, but he gets there about 2 yards inside the ropes, throws, and Lewis Hill comes out to take the throw about 4 or 5 yards in front of the stumps. Hull lets his captain do so, while behind him Madsen completes 3. He moves on to 47, yet another landmark innings in the procession of landmark innings played by Wayne Madsen against Leicestershire over the years. Back over the wicket goes Hull and bowls to Duploy, the left-hander. On the back foot, defends, tries to force out into the offside, doesn't quite time it as well as he would have liked. And Rishi Patel fields, coming in from extra cover.
I've got to do some maths now.
We're running out of fingers and toes for the number of centuries and 50s that Wayne Madsen has scored against Leicestershire over the years.
Wow, this is a general one, but yeah.
Okay. Hull is in, bowls, back foot defensive shot on off stump from Duploy again. Wasn't looking just to drop the ball, he was looking to play it firmly, but he picked out right at mid-on. And there was no run. Reasonable amount of traffic around the Pentagon. Traffic Island, I suppose, rather than roundabout. I don't know.
The Pentagon Island.
Pentagon
It's a
Island.
roundabout, yeah.
In goes Hull and bowls Fuller this time, trying to give the ball a chance to swing. There's a little bit of shape to it, but nothing that Duploy can't cope with. He waits for it and rather bunts the ball back down the pitch on the onside again. Wright is the fielder. Wright's shed his sweater, so whether that means he is about to replace young Hull remains to be seen.
It's warming up.
Perhaps.
Probably not.
Hull runs in, bowls, drops a little bit short. Back foot defensive, attempted force from Duploy. But no, he says, as again he hits it firmly down into the ground. And Hill, wearing his shades, his darkish red reflective shades, on his nose rather than on his cap for once. He does the fielding. Hull is in and bowls onto the legs of Duploy, neatly tucked into the gap between deep backwards or deep square or deep mid-wicket and long leg, and it crosses the ropes in front of the members' pavilion for 4. Poor ball to finish the over. Probably starting to feel a little bit weary, young Hull. The breaks in play notwithstanding, and that was a poor ball, as I say, over-pitched on leg stump, trying to give the ball a chance to swing perhaps, and Duploy picked him off nicely. He's closing on his 50. He's got 46, Madsen 47. Derbyshire now 214 for 3. The lead approaching 3 figures, 92.
When you're approaching the Pentagon Island in the morning, go to the traffic lights, and if you stopped at the traffic lights and you look straight ahead, you'll see some 15-foot high stumps.
You do?
Seen them?
Yeah.
They're brilliant, aren't they?
They are.
I think they were put up there for the Women's World Cup originally.
But there was also a big ball with them as well, cricket ball.
Yeah. Mulder begins a new over, bowling to Wayne Madsen, who flicks that away down to fine leg where Rishi Patel is fielding. He picks up another single to move to 48.
But it's nice because it's a sort of cricket is played here landmark, you know.
Absolutely.
And,
No, I like
like
it.
that.
I like it. Yeah, I like it very much. Deploy waits. He's on 46. 215 for 3. Mulder bowls to him, and he drives it into the ground and up towards mid-off.
Foxy Phil is baffled.
Excellent.
He says, why, when we are playing 5-seamers, we, obviously being Leicestershire,
Yes,
are only 3 bowling?
Well,
At the moment,
well,
Scriven just the 4.
10 overs between them, Finan and Scriven. It makes little sense. Yes, they might be inexperienced, but they're never going to be experienced if they don't bowl, are they? And
Scriven was one of the pick of the bowlers against Glamorgan.
they've got niggles. We have Mulder bowls on the stumps, or leg stump rather, and it's just guided down to fine leg by Deploy. Josh Hull fields Deploy to 47.
Well, that's the question, isn't it? But I'm pretty sure I saw them all warming up.
Yeah.
And Finan, did he not bowl 3 balls at the start of? Did he have a few?
Yes,
or was that right?
No,
Right. Was after the rain delay, wasn't he?
And then Hull came on.
Yeah.
I don't think Finan's bowled today. I wouldn't swear to him.
I think he had the first 3. He had 3 or 4 balls.
Yes,
this
no, he
morning.
did. He was his over when they went off last night. Madsen drives out into the offside, tumbling stop by Sol Budinger. Good stop as well. Well, the former Notts man. One of the many that they hoard before releasing into the wild to fend for themselves. There's an awful lot of them. Mulder bowls to Madsen, who pushes this up to mid-on this time. Lewis Hill does the fielding and throws it back to Peter Hanscom. Again, there's no run. Okay, you know how to get in touch with us now. I'm not even going to insult you by repeating everybody's Twitter handles and email addresses. David Lester says, yes, the stumps were put up for the Women's World Cup. I thought they were. As was this media centre, of course. As Madsen waits, and that one is played off the back foot up towards Chris Wright at mid-off. So a good end to the over from Mulder. Just 2 runs from it. He's bowled 16 now. 2 for 39, his figures. Deploy has 47. Madsen has 48. The partnership's worth 84. Derbyshire at 216 for 3 now. Lead by 94 runs. And just 59 overs left in the day.
It could be a late one, I'm afraid.
I don't know whether putting the word could in there.
Well, because there's a possibility of showers and bad light, and you never quite know.
No, but you won't be able to dance all afternoon.
Josh Hull continues from the racecourse end over pitches slightly on leg stump and is turned by Duploy into the onside for a single.
It's like an onslaught of Wayne Madston to statistics. I've just seen his name on a little piece of paper that you've been brought in. I wonder if my stats are anywhere near as good.
This can't be true, can it? Oh, that's versus Leicestershire. Sorry. Yes, I thought for a minute he'd scored 3,500s against Leicestershire. It just feels that way.
No, he's got 3,500
overall. Hull around the wicket to the aforementioned Wayne Madsen, who could be about to pick up another 50 against Leicestershire. So he is. He steered it away wide of third man, and although Mulder got there before they crossed the ropes, Madsen able to pick up a couple and register yet another 50 for his really very much adopted county now. He's surely an honorary Derbyshire man, I would have thought.
Absolutely. 6 fours in that. Can I have a go first?
Yes, absolutely.
It's the 114th time in his career he's got to 50, and by my reckoning, the 17th against Leicestershire.
Hull is in. Bowls to him, and he has that habit of looking behind him when he's played and missed, which makes you think he must have edged it. He didn't. So a little moment of hope for Josh Hull, not that you'd know it from a slightly lugubrious expression on his face. Yeah, apparently he's played 35 innings against Leicestershire, 5 not outs, 5 hundreds, and now 12 50s.
Yes, and he's gone on to make 5 centuries as well.
Yeah. In goes Hull. That's a good delivery. It comes back in a little bit from round the wicket to Madsen, and he indicates with his hand that there was a little bit of movement. He covered up right in front of the stumps, everything in front of them, dropped it back down the pitch to Josh Hull. to be puffing a bit. Young Master Holt, as he takes the ball from Chris Wright, turns, runs away from us. Quite a rhythmical run and bowls. Foolish outside off stump, looking to drive Madsen, but he was reaching for it a bit. And it was quite a full delivery, and he rather hit it down into the ground. So although he holds the pose for a while, down on one knee, nothing quite worked. Sometimes it, as I say, he can look a little uncoordinated, but goodness me, if there's ever a man who has mastered the method of knowing what works for you and making runs whatever, it's Wayne Madsen. Hull is in, bowls to him. He works him neatly off his hip down towards deep backward square. Takes the first one quickly, but he sees that Finan is the man closing on the ball, and Finan has probably got the strongest arm on the Leicestershire fielding side, and he gets away a good, hard, flat throw into the gloves of Peter Hanscom. End of the over, 220 for 3.
Applause for his 50s. It's his third of the season as well for Wayne Madsen, with a high score of 87. No Derbyshire player, as Richard quite correctly pointed out yesterday, no Derbyshire player has scored a century yet this season in the county championship. I think by this stage last year, Shan Masood had got 2 doubles. He's also taken 32 catches against Leicestershire, just for good measure. There's Rian Mulder bowling to Wayne Madsen, who turns this into the leg side and will collect a comfortable single as Rishi Patel comes around from long leg to do the fielding. The lead up to 99 now.
I believe that's the 79th, did you say that stat? 79th 50 of his first class career, 35 of which have been converted. You said that one, definitely the 100.
Yes, it's the 14th time he's got to 50, and he's got 35 centuries. He's gone on to make a
114, but that includes white ball stuff.
No, that's just in the it's just first class. Here comes Mulder again and bowls to Deploy, who drives it up to a wide mid-on, tumbling stop by Chris Wright. And they go through for another single. Deploy now moves on to 48. His figures are slightly more modest, but I have them to hand. His conversion rate's pretty impressive in first-class cricket. Deploy, which I will reveal in the fullness of time, just to keep you listening. Here's Mulder again, bowls to Madsen, who defends this one up towards very straight mid-on. Lewis Hill fields and then tosses the ball to Sol Budinger.
The lead is now exactly 100.
Oh, it is. I mentioned it was 99 and completely forgot about the 3-figure one. 222 for 3-double Nelson. The partnership's also worth 90. Mulder is in and bowls to Madsen, who defends. Mulder picks up. 2 to go in the over. But the over rate is -3, which is point deduction territory.
-3, they usually kind of find a way, don't they? But -4, it's very hard. And Leicestershire are not hurrying through their overs.
Well, Mulder takes 5 minutes to get back to his mark. He's in again now, bowls to Madsen, who guides this out into the offside. Budinger is there in the covers. Ball goes pretty much straight to him. And there's no run. Glamorgan underway in there. Second innings, 28 without loss, leading Yorkshire by 171 now. As Mulder is in again and bowls to Madsen, who struck on the pad. Big appeal, not out, says the umpire. Mulder, hands on knees, looking back at Madsen. Can't believe it.
Height wasn't the issue, was it?
No.
So
It must have either been going down the leg because it had done too much or hitting him outside the line.
we'll have a look at the replay. He hasn't had many decisions this season, Jan Mulder. Well, got one yesterday, didn't he? But there wasn't much doubt about that one. The one yesterday, that is.
No, indeed. Steve Smith made 30 for Sussex before being trapped leg before wicket by Josh Tonk. who will be immediately called into the England squad. We're going to see some spin. How about that? Rehan Ahmed.
Well, that should improve the over rate, if nothing else. I wonder if it'll turn square. I suspect not.
Bad news for Worcestershire is that Cheteshwar Pujara's on 67, and there was a stat put out by the County Championship Twitter feed last week. Every time he gets to 50, he makes 100 for Sussex. He's never only made a 50. I mean, that is just ludicrous. Ludicrous.
I thought we were going to get a replay of the leg before shout there, but we got a replay of Wayne Madsen being congratulated for reaching 50 instead.
I think that's more important.
Round the wicket goes Rehan Ahmed and bowls a very short ball on the leg stump, which doesn't really turn. Duploy works it into the leg side, picks up 2, and that is his 50. Applause for the Derbyshire captain. He raises his bat to the members' pavilion, knows where his bread is buttered, and then he raises it to the players' pavilion as well, and the balcony. But it's been a very, very important little innings from Laios Duploy so far. Part of a partnership of 92 with Wayne Madsen. In goes Ahmed and bowls short again on leg stump, and that long hop this time is put away to the boundary by Duploy. He had to wait for it before pulling it wide of the reaching Hull, who's on the sort of 45 behind square. And Ahmed, as he sometimes does, doesn't start well. That's a contradiction in terms, isn't it? He sometimes his first few deliveries are well, drag downs. Yeah. And they were against Yorkshire. I think he went for 20 odd in his first over. That's a better line and length, but again, just nibbled around the corner. Going to have to Madsen hurry. That is, he called Duploy through, and then as he did so, he raised his hand in apology. So it was probably a slightly late call.
Left-handed thrower, though, isn't it? Josh Hull there, and he had to go around the ball to pick it up. So it was a slightly safer run than perhaps even Madsen thought. 74 balls, 5 fours. Excuse me, Laios Duploy. 36 times he's got to 50 in his first-class career, and on 15 of those occasions he's gone on to make 100.
Over the wicket, and cutting this time against Rehan Ahmed is Wayne Madsen. Now he's going to pick up 4, but it wasn't quite as convincing as Duploy's 4 earlier in the over. It was a little bit wide outside off stump from Rehan Ahmed. He went for the cut. It was a little bit of a top edge, and had there been a third slip, or a fourth slip, third slip definitely, would have been in the game. There isn't a third slip, there's just the single slip Ackerman, and as a result, with no third man, it ran down to the boundary, and Madsen picks up 4, but it wasn't entirely convincing.
Century stand.
Ahmed is in again. That one stays very low from a little bit short of a length. Madsen dug it out, but I'm not sure Leicestershire will be overjoyed to have seen that. That fairly squatted.
It did. Was it the flipper?
He's in again. Madsen goes back and sort of levers it out from just outside off stump. Well, things happened in that over for Rehan Ahmed, as they tended to do. There was nothing good from his point of view in that he wasn't able to pick up a wicket. But that one that kept low will have been a matter of some concern, I would imagine, to Leicestershire's batsmen, who already know that they're going to have to score at least 111 to make Derbyshire bat again. It will be an awful lot more than that.
Yes, you get the feeling it will. The century stand coming from 145 balls between Madsen and Duploy. That slightly streaky edge down to third man. I don't think Wayne Madsen will be too worried about that. It's Laios Duploy on strike. He's on 56. Mind you, Wayne Madsen's on 56 as well. And Mulder bowls to him, and he guides it down to third man, where Rishi Patel is fielding for another single. 234 for 3. Mulder wearily makes his way back to his mark. Dear, he's got a bit of a waddle, hasn't he, really? Shoulders.
It's just he has a slightly sort of duck-like
rolling shoulders as he walks back to his mark. wicket to the right-handed Madsen, who gets very much an inside half of the bat onto that as he drives it up to mid-on, fielded by Lewis Hill. And there's no run. A very large yellow bus has just gone past. How splendid.
Is it heading?
It was going
Chatterton
towards Alfred, up that way.
Ah, okay. Probably not on fire then.
Up the Sir Frank Whittle Road, as this next one is turned to the lakeside by Wayne Madsen, the Bradders Memorial, Sir Frank Whittle Road.
Bradders Memorial?
Well, he transposed the first letter. Just write it down. Don't say it out loud. It's the Frank Whittle Road, and he transposed.
He didn't.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did on air. It's a splendid piece of commentary. This next one just takes the inside edge, I fancy. Sounded like there was some bat in it. Mulder, well, he's got his hands on his hips and he's staring at umpire Pollard now. He's asking for an explanation, but I think he's probably hit it.
At some stage, the bat was involved. There's no question about that. I suppose Mulder's insistence will be that it might have been pad first.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, let's have a look.
It hurried him up.
It did. I mean, it looked like it was going on to hit the stumps, having if the pad hadn't been in its way. But I think it must have been bat first. It can only have been bat first.
Definitely hurried him up, didn't it? He wasn't in any particular shape to play a shot at it, so he did well to get some bat on it if he did. Could be anything. Next delivery from Mulder is striking the pad again. There's a half appeal this time. That's hurt Wayne Madsen. That's hit him above the pad possibly, and he's gone off for a walk to square leg. He's in a bit of pain.
Suddenly started to get a bit of seam movement. It's funny that umpire Pollard comes out and
he's allowed another one though.
Yeah.
He gets
inspects. So does Deploy.
Maybe tapping it down in a minute, Lias.
He's watching carefully the follow through. It doesn't seem to be too close to the line of the stumps. He has found a spot that he's getting it to move.
Next delivery is defended by Madsen. Back to Mulder, who picks up himself that extra cover, short extra cover. And it's the end of the over. Just a one run from it. Good over from the South African. 18 over 6 maidens, 2 for 42. But Deploy 57, Madsen 56. I've got Derbyshire in a very strong position here. 234 for 3, leading by 112.
He's unquestionably been the pick of the Leicestershire seamers. Not that one has to say that has been too difficult a feat, but he has been much better than anybody else in this game. He says, dropping his phone. Apologies. It's okay. It's been dropped many, many times before. He's used to it. I have one of those sort of plastic cushiony things.
Yes, essential.
It is for me. Rahan Ahmed over the wicket. I beg your pardon. Round the wicket to the left-handed. No, over the wicket. Round the wicket to the left-handed Deploy, who leans forward and clips it out into the on-side. Hill runs across from mid-wicket to field, and there's no run.
He's definitely bowling.
He definitely is. That's a good length, but the line was just drifting towards leg stump. Deploy went back and waited for it and turned it towards square leg. Michael Finan comes into field. Deploy takes his single, moves on to 58. They've sort of accompanied each other. Neither has got too far ahead of each other in this partnership. Deploy 58, Madsen 56 is the current score. Over to the right-hander goes Ahmed. Back goes Wayne Madsen. Waits for it, doesn't really spin too much. He works it through square. Hole being well behind square on the 45. Budinger, he too has shed his sweater. Perhaps it's suddenly got warm out there.
I think it's warming up, don't you?
Ahmed, he tosses it up a little bit. Deploy uses his feet, drives it out to Chris Wright, who's deep-ish at mid-off, and seeing him in the act of forming the long barrier, Duploy continues running, having charged out to get to the pitch of the ball. And it is a pretty comfortable single. Ahmed into Madsen, who is looking to slog sweep and missing. Bounces past, misses everything, taken by Hanscom behind the stumps. Madsen looks puzzled, looks back to see where the ball has gone. Maybe that just turned a fraction. Defeated his attempt to sweep outside off stump. He's cutting this time. That'll be 4. No chance, I don't think, for Fine. And for all his knees are pumping as he chases it down to the members' pavilion. Again, a poor finish to the over from Rahan Ahmed. There were interesting deliveries in there again. Things happened in it, but at the moment what's happening is that he's conceding runs. How many? 18 off 2.
Yes.
You're not convinced? Yes, he says.
Oh, it's true. Yeah, he hasn't got into his rhythm yet, has he?
He hasn't.
He may well get a lengthy spell and he'll claw it back. I vaguely remember him doing something similar at Grace Road when he bowled at the Derbyshire batsman. Expensive to start with, and once he got into his work, he was.
He seems to need an over or
It's
two.
a tricky art, isn't it? Vian Mulder bowling to Leers Deploy, who goes back into the crease and pushes it out into the offside, where it's fielded by Scriven and there's no run. Plenty of blue sky in our sight, and the sun reappears from behind a cloud that's clearly up above us, but they're sort of fluffy and not too threatening at the moment, which is remarkable, really. Scattered showers was the forecast. Well, as Mulder is in again and bowls to Deploy, who pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run. He's got his hand in front of his face, as Vian Mulder, very much in the style of Lewis Rees when he gets to the end of his follow-through. Deploy has 59, Madsen has 61. Century stand for the 4th wicket, 241 for 3, the lead 119. As Mulder is in again around the wicket, bowls to Deploy, turns this into the leg side for a comfortable single, moves on to 60. 242 for 3. I mentioned the Worcestershire-Sussex score. It is now raining at New Road, with Sussex 212 for 5, trailing by 52. Glamorgan going along merrily at 32 without loss after 10 overs in their second innings, leading Yorkshire by 171. Mulder in again and bowls, and that one is defended by Madsen. Just to the left of Vian Mulder, who bends down to do the fielding. Warwickshire 143 for 3, trailing Hampshire by 86 at Southampton. Northamptonshire are 255 for 9. They've only managed 78 overs in the match so far down at Taunton. Surrey 104 for 1, trailing Essex by 210 at Chelmsford, as this one is flicked into the leg side by Wayne Madsen out towards Rehan Ahmed. Madsen moves to 62, 243 for 3. And Lancashire are already batting in their second innings at Trent Bridge. They are 14 without loss against Notts and trailing by 21 runs. So only at Worcester is there no play at the moment. Well into the news now as Vian Mulder bowls to Leers Deploy, who drives very pleasantly out towards the cover boundary. Ahmed is giving chase. Will the ball get to the boundary? No, not quite. They're going to come back for 3. It has slowed down. It has to have slowed down given the amount of rain we had in a very short space of time. A little earlier, and Deploy moves to 63, overtakes Wayne Madsen, 246 for 3 at the end of the over. Derbyshire lead is up to 124. Rehan Ahmed, having chased the ball all the way to the cover boundary, has just made his way back to the middle because he's going to continue to bowl. 2 overs for 18, his fingers up to this point. clearly yet to get into his work, Rehan Ahmed. 53 overs to go today. Bowls to deploy. That one keeps low. Turn into the leg side for a single. Derbyshire 247 for 3 now. Pam Wayne Madsen on 62. Lears Deploy on 64. Their partnership currently worth 115. Madsen reaching his half century off 96 balls. Deploy his half century off 74 balls. They're batting nicely and look relatively untroubled. Derbyshire leading by 125. They're 247 for 3. That ball is turned into the offside, I think, by Wayne Madsen, who picks up a single. 248 for 3. Might have been a dot ball, who knows. He's bowling to Madsen now. It's Rehan Ahmed, and he's pulled it around the corner very agriculturally. Lears Deploy and doesn't get the ball past the man. Fielding backward of square on the leg side on the 45. If anybody's got an idea for a name of that position, I'll be eternally grateful. Deploy gets a leading edge on this next delivery from Rehan Ahmed. Plays it straight back to the bowler. Tom Scriven looks like he might be warming up or loosening off, or whatever bowlers do. It's Ahmed bowls, and that one is, again, not timed, and they take a quick single, but it wasn't necessarily as sharp a single as they thought. The ball took its time to get to Tom Scriven. Deploy moves to 65, 249 for 3, and on the brink of their first batting bonus point. Ahmed is in, and they get it because Wayne Madsen has just guided this down to the vacant third man area for 4. A little bit short, a little bit wide, and Wayne Madsen was all over it. And away it went, and another over ends with the boundary. Just like the previous over from Rehan Ahmed. This over has cost him 7 runs, 0 for 25 off 3. Madsen's up to 67 now. Derbyshire 253 for 3, leading by 131.
You're right. Tom Scriven is going to come on and replace Vian Mulder.
Well, he won't be tired, will he?
It shouldn't be. The young man, Mulder, might be a little bit.
Yes.
19 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 47. So not only has he picked up a couple of wickets, he's kept things reasonably tight when he's been bowling, which you're not able to say of the rest of the Leicestershire seamers. Maybe Tom Scriven can improve on his efforts yesterday. 4 overs, none for 19. How many overs have we got to be bowled today? There's still another 52. Tea is going to be taken at 10 past 4. So there's going to be a good 38 overs to be played tonight, I would think, from sort of 20 to 5.
Excellent.
So it is
It's
going to be
finish,
quarter, minimum, if we get the overs in. Colin Ackerman's warming up as well, so it may be that Rehan Ahmed is going to have those 3 overs. They can't leak runs at 8 and over, Leicestershire.
Coach has come out to see Rehan Ahmed on the boundary away to our left.
Which coach?
Nico, well, yours.
Okay. Well, no, I meant which of Leicestershire's army of coaches. I thought it might be one of ours.
Yes, well, yeah, it would have been brilliant if it had been a Derbyshire coach who'd come out to give him some tips. The way to get past Wayne Madsen. I've seen it in the nets 100 times.
Scriven then in from the city end. Bowls to Deploy outside off stump. Deploy lets it go through. That's a better line. Scriven should be okay with that. 88 on his back. I wonder why he's chosen 88. We'll have to find out.
For completeness, I forgot to say that it's Deploy's second half century of the season. His first was a 95 not out.
Which of these two might be first to pass 3 figures? 65 Deploy, 67 Madsen. Deploy waits with bat raised. Scriven is in. Bowls to him. No, you heard him call as he dropped it down into the offside. Cover, extra cover cam running into field. 44's Will Davis, I believe, so he must be here on.
Yeah,
12th man duties.
44 when he was here.
Yeah. He wasn't here yesterday. I know that.
Scriven.
Colin Parkinson was.
Scriven twice the man that Will Davis is. 88.
And he runs. Fair hair glinting in the sun. Bowls outside off stump. A little bit of shape. But a very safe leave from Duploy. Lets it go through.
I saw Parky this morning. He'll be around on it.
Says will be fit for the white ball for the start of the T20, he says, but not before.
Doesn't fancy bowling at Steve Smith and Teshwa Pujara next
He
week.
just says he won't be fit. He's decide. That is the line that is being maintained.
Fair enough.
And who am I to?
Well, yes, come on.
Scriven is in and bowls very full this time, and again outside off stump, and again Duploy not inclined to try and drive it away through the offside. I presume there might be a sweeper out there. There is. Ahmed in front of the Air Elite Performance Centre where excellence comes first.
Indeed.
Bright sunshine. A few nice white clouds around. There's a lowish percentage chance of rain at 3, but absolutely no sign of that as in comes Scriven bowls outside off stump again. Duploy leaves something of a stalemate in this over. Perhaps Leicestershire now have settled just to restrict. Feels a bit that way, at least until the new ball, which is 15 overs away, 14 after this.
No more rain today, according to the Met Office. By 3 o'clock tomorrow, it could get unpleasant now.
Scriven is in. Bowls. This time he is driving, and he's got plenty of it. Duploy closes quickly on the ball. Ahmed, though, and gets away a good throw. Full reaches Hanscom on the full, albeit a few feet to the left of the stumps. But he got his throw away quickly and kept Duploy and Madison down 2-1. The skipper pinches the strike. He moves on to 66, or keeps the strike. Madison 67, 254 for 3. The lead now 132. 51 overs remain. Fletch still of the opinion we might yet see Leicestershire bat again tonight.
Yeah, I think so. I think it will be good for the game.
They'd have to declare, obviously. I don't think they're going to be bowled out.
Not going to rattle through them.
Doesn't look that way, does it? You never know what the new ball's going to do, but it doesn't look that way.
No, I think that's fair.
Ackerman once took 7 wickets in 4 overs.
Yes. Yeah, different coloured ball, I think, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah. Batsman going hard.
They were.
You cling on to that, Richard. You cling on to that. World record, wasn't it?
It was.
Or is it still?
It is.
Yeah, excellent. Liz deployed to face Colin Ackerman, who bowls, and he goes back into his stumps and pushes it up towards mid-on. Ackerman crashes into end mats, smiles all round. So he dropped it exactly where he wanted it. Ackerman, first delivery. In again, bowls a little flatter perhaps, and it's pushed out to Scriven at cover by the Derbyshire skipper. A couple of people have just arrived. They've timed that beautifully. They're going to see 50 overs worth of cricket. As Ackerman is in again and deployed. I think he was thinking about sweeping that one, and it was a bit too off-stumpish really in the end, and he pushes it out to Scriven once again.
I thought he was done a bit in the flight there in a funny sort of way. Didn't turn though, did it?
No, he was in two minds. I think the shot, wasn't he? He thought, I'll get down to this one, and declined. There was a man at backward square leg, ready for the mistimed sweep shot. This time he uses his feet and plays it straight back to Ackerman. Can he get out of the over? 2 balls to go. Been troublesome balls at times for Leicestershire, and the first run isn't going to come off that delivery either, although there's a slight misfield there by Josh Hull at backward point. The batsman had no intention of running. Final ball of the first over bowled by Colin Ackerman in the match, and he's in now, and Liz deploy uses his feet again and defends it straight back to Ackerman, so he does begin with a maiden over. And Derbyshire remain 254 for 3. Deploy has 66, Madsen has 67. This partnership now with 122. I'm not even going to look up the record because it'll be 200 and plenty, I'm sure. Derbyshire lead by 130. I'm going to look it up now. Lead by 133.
Well, there you have. Been playing each other, these counties, for
Forever.
many, many years. So, yes, I would imagine it'll be a little bit more than 122. Scriven to continue from the city end. Outfield looks a picture now, shining bright, green in the sun. Different shades of green. Comes running in and bowls to Madsen, who edges behind and he's gone. Scriven has his wicket. Leicestershire have their first wicket of the day. For once, Madsen's looking behind was for a reason. He was drawn into pushing it, a slightly wide one, didn't need to play at it, but play at it he did. Got the edge, swings his bat in annoyance. Scriven has his wicket. Madsen goes. The partnership ends on 122.
254 for then. Lead of 132. Why Madsen was furious with himself. He punched his bat. It has happened a lot in recent times where he hasn't gone on, as they say, and he's out in the 60s this time, 67.
A mere 67.
Just slightly above his average against Leicestershire, so he keeps that intact. We might see some fireworks now. Matt Lamb, I assume it's Matt Lamb, it looks like him, played a splendid innings, made 99 against Durham. A fruitless 99 as it turned out, as Derbyshire lost by an innings, but he almost got a century in the morning session on the last day, not far off, which is still a pretty decent effort these days. And I don't think he'll hang around. So it could be exciting or short. That's his solitary half century this season for Derbyshire, Matt Lamb. But a very good one it was. Big man, not massively aesthetically pleasing.
Looks like he can hit it hard.
Yes, I don't think that really. I see a couple of sixes at Durham, one to the mid-wicket boundary, which is a long, long way at Chesterley Street. He was almost caught on the boundary, actually.
It was a wide one. Could have left it. Yeah, not the greatest shot Wayne Madsen has ever played. But he added 49 from the moment he was dropped. So once again, making Leicestershire pay for missing him. 2 slips for the new man, Patel, alongside Ackerman. Otherwise, a conventional single saving field. Scriven is in and bowling. Ooh, squared up Lamb a little bit there. Walked into the defensive push a bit. It was a thick outside part of the bat for half a second. I thought it might have got through, and so too did Scriven as his hands started to go into the air. Come on, lads, something's happening here.
Yes, wonder what.
So it's Rishi Patel. Scriven, 4th wicket of the season for him. Bustles in and bowls, clipped off the straight by Lamb, playing across his front pad, but got plenty of it. Whipped it down to backward square. See what you mean about being positive from the off. He was there. Picks up 1. Lots of oohs and ahs.
I was waiting for him to be on 0 at 14, having predicted
yes.
Leas deploy makes a slow
start to deploy. He was on 11 after 3 balls. Yeah.
I'm absolutely clueless. Deploy strike rate's good though, 66, I believe.
Yes. Not too bad. He's on strike now. Will he become Derbyshire's first centurion of the summer? In goes Scriven, bowls to him. He cuts nice, well, drives off the back foot, really, not quite a cut. And running around to his right is Will Davis, who's out there sweeping on the offside boundary. Deploy takes 2 and then rehearses the shot, which he feels he didn't quite time. as well as he would have liked.
Well, Davis will have run around on this outfield a few times. He was in a very poor Derbyshire side back in 16 and 17, 18. Blimey, they were rubbish.
Scriven is in to Lamb. Good delivery on off stump. Blocked back pass. Scriven out to Wright, who's at mid-off. And there's no run. Good from Scriven. Certainly a lot better than yesterday. 1 for 22 now from 5.5 for him. He's top of the bowling averages after his efforts against Glamorgan. 3 for 61 he took in that game from 27 overs. Scriven is in down the leg side, clips the pad. He had stepped right across Lamb there as he tried to whip it away into the leg side, hence the appeal, but it would have had to, well, done something a bit special to have gone on to hit leg stump, I think. Clipped the pad and was taken well down the leg side by Peter Hanscom. End of a successful over for Tom Scriven. He's not really getting any congratulations that I can see from the Leicestershire players. Little word from Hanscom, but he'll be pleased. And Leicestershire will be pleased to have picked up their first wicket of the day. 256 for 4.
As he should be. Because something's happening. I'm not sure what it is, but Ackerman bowls to Deploy, who pushes this into the onside. Davis finds himself fairly close in.
It was a song, wasn't it? There's something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear. Yeah.
Was there a tune with it? This next delivery is turned into the leg side by Deploy.
American group. It was it was during towards the end of the Vietnam War when there were a lot of protesters on the streets. I remember because the lead singer had a cowboy hat, a Stetson, so it was a group from the south.
Okay.
Somebody will tell me on Twitter.
Next delivery is pushed into the offside off the back foot by Leas Deploy.
I want to say Jefferson Airplane, but it wasn't. It wasn't one of the big protest groups, you know, or the hippie groups.
They had a female singer, didn't they?
Yeah, Grace Slick, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. It was. Ackerman bowls. Deploy pushes out into the offside once again. I think you're going to have to type it into Google.
No, it's on the playlist somewhere.
Is it?
Oh, yes.
Wow.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Jack.
What's he?
No, he hasn't. No, he's queried my sentence. Something's happening here, not sure what. It was all due to a shout from a Leicestershire fielder who said, "Something's happening here, lads." Deploy's picked up another single by pushing the ball out to the cover boundary. He moves on to 68, 257 for 4. It's just nice that Jack's listening, really. Completing his cricket education. Our breakfast show reporter who was ringing bells this morning. As Ackerman is in, bowls to Matt Lamb, pushes it straight back to Ackerman, and it's the end of the over. 257 for 4. Deploy 68. Lamb, in the early stages of his innings, has won the lead, 135, and it was sung by
Buffalo Springfield.
Ah, okay. And that's on your playlist?
Yes.
Wow.
Protest songs of the late 60s playlist.
Happy days.
Absolutely. I had 4 elder sisters, well, 3 older sisters, 1 younger sister, but the older sisters were very much into that when I was growing up.
There's a lot of Dylan going around, wasn't there?
Yes.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Saw him in the 80s. He wasn't really protesting much by then.
Scriven around the wicket. 2 Deploy bowls outside of stump. Deploy looks as though he's itching to get after that one. In the end, decided to let it go through. And I think this is seems to be a sort of deliberate ploy, if you like.
Hang it out there?
Well, just to try and perhaps frustrate Deploy into error. 257 for 4. Deploy 68.
Dylan had a big hat when I saw him. Very big hat.
Where did you see him?
Manchester Apollo.
Scriven is in, tucks up. That one comes back in to deploy a little bit. And I think it was an inside edge onto the thigh, but ow, it hurt. Onto the inside of the knee, I suspect. And he's taking off his gloves and he is reaching within his trousers. So I think we can say it wasn't the inside of his knee.
He is.
He made it very clear where he was hit
It's
there.
the first time he's been struck this season, but he was getting a reputation, certainly in this commentary box, as being the most struck Derbyshire batsman. And I did mention it to him a year or two ago, and he sort of said, yeah, it just seems to happen all the time. And he looked as though he was in a bit of pain there.
He was making sure everything was still in place, wasn't it? Scriven. He's ready now, though. He's recovered quickly. Scriven is in, bowls to him just outside off stump. He looks to play it out into the offside, doesn't put his weight into the shot, rather guides it down towards Wideish Gully, where Rishi Patel is fielding at the moment. For the sort of skewed drive, perhaps, or the shot just like that, because it went more or less straight to him.
Sickening place to be struck.
Recovered quickly.
Yes, he did. Fair play.
Yeah. Scriven is in and bowls slightly short over a length this time, so he can get up on his toes, deploy and play it firmly out through the vacant point area down towards Will Davis, who I'm sure has been renewing acquaintances with one or two in the crowd down there, perhaps in the seats in front of the players' pavilion. Picks up one, deploy, moves on to 69.
He's been at Leicestershire a while now, hasn't he, Will?
Yes, he has. Yeah. Just signed a new contract as well. He got a new 2-year deal.
Must be 5 years since he left here.
Back over the wicket goes Scriven. Sun goes behind the cloud as he bustles in, bowls to Lamb, who reaches forward. Here's a big man. And plays it back up the pitch on the onside. Bit sort of Critchley shaped, that sort of. I remember him being quite wide-shouldered.
Yeah. I mean, he also bowls leg spin, but not to the standard, I don't think, the Bat Critchley. More of a white ball leg spinner than red ball, but he does bowl has bowled in the county championship, yet to pick up a wicket.
Standing up to the, well, he's been advancing as well, because Peter Hanscom is now standing up to the stumps as Scriven comes in and bowls outside off stump. And reaching for it rather, and mistiming it is Lamb. He rehearses the shot, he cross with himself, he feels he missed out there. Possibly did a little bit, but Scriven got away with one. Wasn't a maiden, 7 overs, 1 for 23. There was the single from it, but this second spell for him today has been much, much better. 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 23.
I'm hoping you get to see him bowl his leg spin. He has the most remarkable run-up. I'm not sure that you will, though, given that Mark Watt is the front-line spinner in this Derbyshire side, so he'd probably get the ball before Matt Lamb. Colin Ackerman's going to continue. He's just telling Tom Scriven to go back another yard or two. The mid-on and mid-off are halfway back as Deploy goes back into his stumps and pushes the first Ackerman delivery out into the onside. Davis fields, there's no run. There he is, Parky at the far end. Look, I thought I'd seen him here today. That one just keeps a bit low and perhaps turns away a bit from Lear's deploy. Gets his bat down on it, pushes it back to Ackerman.
Davis has been out there a fair time, hasn't he? So I've got to work out who's off. I ought to work out who's off.
Rian Ahmed's not out there, is he? This one is, oh, it's there he is, in the deep. They've just tapped this into the leg side. There's a shy at the stumps. I think it was that a shy at the stumps from Michael Finan. It didn't hit them.
Mulder.
Mulder's gone, is he?
Well, he bowled the longish spell.
Yes,
He's
he did.
entitled to
Yeah, absolutely.
perhaps have a little bit of, well, I don't know, massage or something.
A couple of pints. 2:59 for 4. That's what I'd be doing. 137 the lead. This could be interesting. Ackerman to Matt Lamb, who doesn't do anything softly when he's batting. He just steps away as a couple of fielders are pushed further away Ryan Ahmed and Will Davis on the offside. In comes Ackerman and bowls, and he turns this into the leg side.
I would anticipate might have a bit of
I think he
a
will.
whack at
Yeah, I think he will.
Ackerman once he's worked out it's not turning.
In comes Ackerman again and bowls. That was a quicker delivery, and it's turned into the leg side by Lamb.
Some nasty stuff building away where the weather has been coming from.
There's a front, you can see the front just above the trees over there, but yeah, it's
Might drift past.
fingers crossed, eh? This one's turned into the leg side by Matt Lamb.
If that
And
unloads,
there is no run. Yeah, well, we will get an early dart, won't we? Yeah. Hugh Lloyd says Will Davis was one of his previous sponsored players. Along with him, he sponsored Matt Higginbottom and Mikey Cohen. I am the Derbyshire sponsor angel of release. Nice one, Hugh. Well, some you win, some you lose. Ready for an update, should we need to. Thank you. Yeah, that sounded rather urgent, didn't it? We've got to go to Dave. Got to go to Dave. No, I've got to go to Dave. I've got nothing massive to tell you, really, Donna, because Derbyshire are going along relatively serenely. They have lost Wayne Madsen in recent times, though, caught by the wicketkeeper Peter Hanscom off the bowling of Tom Scriven. He chased a wide one, didn't really need to play at it, and was furious with himself as well, I think it's fair to say. He made 67, added 122 for the fourth wicket with Lears deploy. He's still out there. He's just picked up another single to move to 71. Matt Lamb is the new batsman, made 99 at Durham before he was trapped a leg before wicket by Ben Rain. He's got one, and Derbyshire 260 for 4, leading by 138. It's never that urgent. Always here for you. In comes Tom Scriven and bowls to Matt Lamb outside the off stump, leaves alone, goes through to Peter Hanscom, who is standing up, which is no mean feat because he's not slow by any manner of means. Tom Scriven still reigning at New Road, where Sussex trail by 52, 212 for 5. And at Headingley, Glamorgan have lost their first wicket, 57 for 1 in the 21st over. They lead Yorkshire by 196. Sunday off for everybody up there, although I imagine they're getting the same weather as us tomorrow. Here comes Scriven over the wicket and bowls to Matt Lamb, who pushes this one up to mid-on. And there is a no run. Lancashire have lost their first wicket just down the road. They're 50 for 1, leading Notts by 15. So they're in their second innings there as well. 260 for 4, Derbyshire here, leading by 138. Winless so far this season. In fact, they've lost 2 of their opening 3 matches. But it's a new month and a new Derbyshire. In comes Scriven and bowls to Matt Lamb, who defends this one back past the bowler. And it's another dot ball. Tea at 4:10, so still 40 minutes away or thereabouts. In that time, they should be able to get 9 overs in, you'd have thought. And that would leave a final session of around about 36 overs, should the weather hold. Scriven is in and bowls to Lamb, who turns this one into the leg side. Rehan Ahmed is at mid-wicket. He does the fielding. They managed to find another 12th man, Leicestershire. I don't think that's Parky. Callum Parkinson. It doesn't look like him, and it isn't because he's right down below us. I've just spotted Callum. The unmistakable shaven head of Callum Parkinson. His football manager, Ian Evatt, signing a new long-term contract today. Bolton Wanderers. Lamb pushes this ball up to a wide mid-on and scampers through for a single. It's the end of the over. 261 for 4. Lamb pinches the strike. He's on 2. Deploy has 71. The lead's 139. Callum has brought on a sweater for Vian Mulder, who's back on the field. He must have forgotten to put it back on after his rub down. The 12th man is, in fact, Will Davis, who's in the high vis as well. So I don't know if they're both 12th men or one's a 13th, but I'm not quite sure.
Scriven 1 for 25 from 8. Ackerman has just conceded 2 runs from his 3 overs so far. Over 8, still -3. Ackerman in from the racecourse end. On driving, wristily is Lamb, pretty much getting to the pitch of it. Scriven, who is halfway back at deepish mid-on. Right ditto at mid-off. Feels Lamb takes his single, moves on to 3, 262 for 4. Not too many changes for the left-hander. As round the wicket goes, Ackerman drops a little bit short. He can cut Duploy and does, but doesn't quite time it or place it, and it runs straight to Hull, who is at deep, well, I was going to say deep gully, but it's more sort of a backward point position. Ackerman is in, tosses it up, bit of flight. Duploy uses his feet, gets to the pitch of it, bunts it down towards right. And there's always a single with right back, not quite halfway back, probably about a third of the way back to the boundary there at mid-on. Mid-off now because the right-hander Lamb is on strike. Hill goes in at a short-ish mid-wicket. Ackerman in, bowls. May have been a fraction of turn there, but from short of a length and certainly wasn't pronounced turn. Lamb on the back foot duly turned the delivery to Hill.
Love a bunt.
Ackerman in, bowls. Lamb forward, turning his wrists on the defensive prod, pushing it out into the onside.
Especially a sacrifice bunt in baseball. Very satisfying shot.
Fine, and the fielder at mid-wicket, no run. Ackerman is in, bowls, forward goes Lamb, just pushing it out to Hill again, end of the over. I'm still waiting to see this Lamb, these Lamb big hits and positivity. He's playing himself in.
A lamb slaughter, as we like to call it.
3 off 19 for him. 263 for 4. The lead is 141.
A grand slam. I don't know. Yeah, something. Lamb slaughters Leicestershire. Yeah, it'll come. It'll come. He plays everything quite hard, though, doesn't he? There's nothing subtle about Matt Lamb necessarily, and he's none the worse for it.
No, he's full commitment.
As a number 6 batsman, you probably want your big hitter there. And there's Lewis Rees to come, and Zach Chappell can bat. And the lead is 141, so you might have a bit of a licence, I suppose, at some point. As Tom Scriven begins his 9th over, round the wicket to Leicestershire, who defends this one. Again, that squared up appearance of the defensive push from Deploy. Takes them forever to count the votes in local elections, doesn't it?
Does seem that way.
Yeah.
Given they're all fairly, by definition, they haven't got too far to travel, the votes, have they, that you would have thought.
Well, the whole of Bolton was counted overnight, which I found quite remarkable. A lot of them haven't bothered as this next delivery is turned into the leg side by Leicestershire. A run here. I think there'll only be one. There is. Sol Buddinger gets around the boundary to do the fielding. Deploy moves to 73, 264 for 4. Somebody, a brave soul in shorts over there. Let's see if I can see who it is. He's got the full.
David Griffin.
No, he's got the full Derbyshire gear on.
It seems to be a matter of principle with Griff, doesn't it, that he always wears shorts.
He's had long pants on occasion this season. Yes. Up at Durham it was particularly cold, but of course it is up there. More often than not.
I remember seeing Chris Gale at the very, very start of his West Indies career. Is it me?
No, it's me. Scriven bowls to Lamb, who pushes this one up to mid. You can have it if you want.
No.
Yeah, Griff was day. Well, there weren't that many days. Well, I think it was day 2. He wore shorts on day 1 and regretted it. Long trousers day 2, and even that wasn't warm enough. It was perishingly cold. This is an unpleasant. During the daytime, it was an unpleasant experience all round. In the evening, it was most convivial. Durham city centre is a hive of activity. As Scriven is in and bowls to Lamb, who just pushes this out into the offside. He thought about a single deploy. You could hear him say no. There wasn't a single there, as it was fielded by Budinger at point. We missed the quiz this year, which was disappointing. We went to the quiz last year. That was good.
The quiz?
In one of the pubs in Durham.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
An annual thing, is it? Is it a special event?
No, I think it's weekly. I
Oh,
think it's
okay.
weekly, yeah. I only had Goose with me, though, so that wasn't much use. His next delivery is turned into the leg side by Matt Lamb for a single. It's fielded by Rishi Patel. Coming around from long on, Lamb moves to 4. He's getting into his stride now. 265 for 4, lead 143. Goose went down to watch his beloved Manchester United at Brighton yesterday, so he had a splendid day.
Yeah.
I haven't had a chance to see him and take the mickey yet.
Thoroughly outplayed.
It's a bit of a waste of money. Scribbling around the wicket to deploy. That one leaves him, although he wasn't playing a shot. He raised his bat a long way out of the way, but it just moved away off the pitch and through to Peter Hanscom. End of the Scriven over. 9 overs, 1 for 27. His figures.
That front is heading our way, you know.
No, it's just moving up.
It's getting darker and darker over the hotel.
Yeah, that's quite a long way away, that, though.
It is beautiful over the ground at the moment, and I think we'll get through to tea, okay, which is at 10 past 4.
I bet that's closer to East Midlands Airport than us.
At the moment, it is. But it's
but
definitely closer than it was.
It's just willing the rain, aren't you?
No, it's just
willing the rain.
Colin Ackerman carefully setting his field here for Matt Lamb, who is on 4. In he goes, and bowl drops a little bit short. Lamb goes back and punches it into the onside, but Hill gets across to his left to cover.
Leicester should get lambasted. I'm indebted to you, Hugh. They haven't been yet.
Ackerman gives it a little bit of air. Lamb uses his feet nicely, gets to the pitch. On drives, doesn't really put his weight into the shot, just makes sure that he gets it past Ackerman down towards Scriven, who is halfway back at mid-on. So a comfortable enough single for Lamb. He's on 5 off 24. Duploy just looks around. He sees that Ahmed has gone back to deep mid-wicket. Ackerman round the wicket bowls. He goes back, forces off the stumps, and he's found the gap quite nicely there. Budinger has to run around to his left, picks up left-handed. Not again. There's something funny about Budinger when he feels he never looks quite as though he may be completely in control.
Yeah.
As though something may be about to happen.
Ball through the legs job,
yeah.
that, wasn't it?
And he got his left hand down to it and picked it up perfectly cleanly. So it's an unfair thing, but getting used to these fielders. In goes Ackerman, and Duploy, who picked up 2 then, gets down to the pitch of the ball and pushes it back to Colin Ackerman. You do when you watch them day in, day out. Get used to the little foibles, so to speak. Ackerman is in. Good delivery with flight. Forward goes Duploy, playing on the onside this time. Patel runs across the ball, so to speak. Excuse me, which means that Duploy has to stay in his ground just in case he's going to pick it up. He doesn't. It runs through to right, but he did his job, Patel. Ackerman steps in and bowls. Duploy looking as though he wants to make room, does to a certain extent, and then plays it firmly out into the offside to Budinger in front of the electronic scoreboard. And he picks up 1, keeps a strike, something he's done quite well in his innings. He moves on to 76, 269 for 4. The lead now 147. I'm not convinced he'll have a figure in mind, just as much as possible, really, but 250 is loads, isn't it, really?
If they're confident that we're going to play on Sunday and it looks reasonable, then yeah, I don't suppose they do need to declare, do they, really?
What's the cricket cap? It says on it. Black rod.
It says something in Latin on it as well that I can't read, I think.
Salus populi.
Yeah. Something to do with the people, clearly. Popular Front. Next delivery or the first delivery of a new over from Tom Scriven is played rather unpleasantly into the offside. In all honesty, it's fielded by Bjorn Mulder in the covers, and Deploy picks up another single. He moves on to 77 now, 270 for 4. It was a sort of preemptive cap wearing, really, because that sun is coming around now. I'm absolutely sweltering in this hoodie that I'm wearing. And it's not a zip-up one, so I can't really do anything about it. Here's Scriven again. City end bowls to Lamb, who pushes out into the offside, maintaining this measured start, shall we call it. That's what I'm going to call it. Yet to hit a boundary.
Are you serious about not knowing what it means? Do you want to know what it means, or are you?
I don't know. I don't know, but it means something people doesn't know.
The health of the people.
Oh, excellent.
There you go.
I would imagine there's plenty of people at the club who know.
Just one.
This ball is played out into the offside by Lamb. There's no run straight.
In the context of a cricket club, what it sort of means.
I suppose being outdoors and running about.
Yeah.
Keeps you healthy. Healthy pursuit.
Salus populi is apparently part of a sort of famous Latin saying, Salus populi suprema lex esto. The health of the people should be the supreme law. Oh. So, health as in welfare, good, salvation.
Right. This one is guided into the offside again by Matt Lamb. And there's no run. Is that good or bad?
I wonder if that's to do with the actual Black Rod. Is it a little area?
It's a small village.
It's a small village,
yeah.
So maybe it's the village's motto rather than that solely of the cricket club.
Let's check.
The health of the people.
The health. Good health. As they often say down at the cricket club, this one is turned into the leg side by Matt Lamb. They've run the first one quickly. They're only going to get one, though. Rishi Patel is in off the long leg boundary to do the fielding. Lamb moves on to 6. All of those runs have been by way of single. 271 for 4. Let's see if I can find if it is indeed. Well, don't pull us off air, Ed. All right. Oh dear. Yeah. No, he's come here with the bearer of bad tidings. This one is outside the off stump. Yeah. There might be some rain on the way. There might not. In the well-trod weather forecasting path of Ed Dawes. 271 for 4 at the end of the over. The lead is 149. Lamb has 6. Deploy has 77.
It could just slip away past us to the west.
Of course it could.
Because we still have 41 overs left to be bowled today. I'm sure that Ackerman... Yes, he has. The over 8's just gone down to -1. So the brief introduction... Well, Ahmed didn't really improve the over 8 because the ball was being chased all over the Incora County Ground. But Ackerman, 5 overs for 8, has kept it tight. He is in and bowls to Lamb. Drops short. Lamb goes back, forces out through the covers, should pick up at least 3. Rishi Patel is in pursuit. The ball is slowing. He's going to drag it back, puts in the slide, a massive slide as well. Lamb has to settle for 3.
It's a village of around about 5,000 people.
Oh, that's a town, isn't it? Little town almost. Big. Lamb moves on to 9, 274 for 4.
They've got a cricket club.
I can tell. 5,000, that's big.
Of which I am a member.
Ackerman round the wicket to Deploy, tosses it up. Deploy waits, a little puff of dust as he then leans forward and plays it carefully down towards right, who is halfway back at mid-on. Single taken. 275 for 4. The lead 153. Changes to the field, strengthening the leg side as Ackerman comes in, bowls to Lamb, who's playing firmly down towards Scriven. This time he is at deepish mid-on for the right-hander. Deepish mid-off for the left-hand Deploy. One for our foreign visitors, isn't it? As in goes Ackerman, tosses it up, Deploy drives. He's going to pick up probably 2. Budinger quickly to the ball. No, it's going to be 1 well fielded by it. Budinger gets his throw away quickly. How can a fielding position change in name when the fielder doesn't move an inch?
Yeah.
In cricket, it can. I presume they have names in baseball, don't they? The fielding positions.
Yeah, but they say the same for right-handed
Yeah.
and left-handed batters.
In goes Ackerman, forward goes Lamb, back up the pitch goes the ball to Ackerman.
It's much more straightforward, really. It's right field, centre field, and left field, and then obviously the bases and the shortstop is the 4th man inside the circle, if you like.
Ackerman is in, forward goes Lamb and defends out to Hill at shortish mid-wicket. Then the right or the left is not from the batsman's point of view,
No,
though, clearly,
no.
or the hitter's.
Yeah.
Is it hitter?
A batter, yeah.
Batter's point of view.
No.
It is from the point of view of the pitcher, then, presumably.
I think it's from the point of view of the catcher. So left field is...
The chap with the mitt, is that?
Yes, with the mask on. Yeah. Much more literal, the Americans, aren't they? So he catches the ball, so he's the catcher, not the wicket-keeper or anything like that.
No wickets.
Well, there are no wickets now. Throw it over a plate.
I come from East Yorkshire, and baseball was a very big thing in Hull.
In Hull, yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if it still is to a certain extent. It certainly isn't, but it became big pre-war.
Quite big in Derby.
Yeah.
The turn of
Yes.
the 19th, 20th century.
Hence, of
Well, there was
course.
a ground here, I can't remember what it was called. Michael Finan begins a new over from the City end, a new spell indeed. It's only the 7th over he's bowled, and the first ball is pushed by Lears to play out into the offside. And there's no run, so the football club started here at the racecourse, then moved to the baseball ground, which was in use for baseball. Oh, and just off the top of my head, I've forgotten the name. There was a factory that was associated with it. I'm sure somebody can remind me the name of the factory. That's where the baseball came from. They were certainly English champions, late 19th, early 20th century. That's the next delivery from Fine, and it's turned into the leg side by Lamb. They're going to come back for a second. Now, this might be tight. The throw comes in, but he's back safely. The throw was from Rehan Ahmed. And that's the first time I think Lamb has scored runs that aren't singles. He's picked up 2. He's moved to 12.
Didn't he get a 3?
Did he get the
Patel
3?
went
I thought,
chasing.
was it he got
He went
the 3
from 6
or-
to 9 with a 3, I believe.
It's the first time he's got 2, though, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I must concentrate, really.
It is.
I'm not sure when I'm going to start concentrating, but I must do it. 280 for 4 now, the lead 158. Just a little flex of the knees there from Lamb as he pushes the next delivery from Fine and out into the offside. Nicely fielded by Scriven. Moving away to his right in the covers. And this time there is no run. Not the first time he scored no runs off a delivery. I think it begins with an L.
The factory.
Or the name of the company that owned the factory. It'll come to me in a minute when I've looked it up.
American connections, hence the baseball?
I don't
or
think so,
okay.
no. No, I don't think so. It might have. Round the wicket comes Fine and bowls to Lamb, pushes it out into the offside, fielded by Scriven again. That could be entirely wrong, of course. The Leys, L-E-Y, that was it. Sir Francis Ley had a factory. For whatever reason. I don't know what they made. Around the wicket again, Finan to the right-handed Matt Lamb, who gets a thick edge on that down to wide third man. Josh Hull does the fielding. He picks up another single, moves to 13, 281. 4-4. It was known as Leys Baseball Ground when it first opened. A complex of sports grounds, the Leys Recreation Centre. It was a foundry. Fine in the inner bowls to deploy, and that's an edge as well, down to a very fine third man. There's a sliding attempt to stop it by Rishi Patel, but he fails. And the ball crosses the boundary. And deploy moves to 84 now, 285 for 4. 16 away from becoming the first centurion of the season for Derbyshire. It was the 1890s. They were successful, the baseball team. I've got a photograph that I've pinched from somewhere off the internet of the Derby baseball team. And I'm fairly sure that Steve Bloom was on it, the photograph. It was one of the preeminent players. You're still concerned about these clouds, aren't you?
Well, it does look very dark over there.
It's quite light here, though.
Yeah, beautiful at the moment. Ackerman is in to Lamb, who just goes back, works it towards mid-wicket. Fine and reaches down with his right hand. Saves a couple. Lamb 13. We are 15 minutes away from tea. They've cracked on at a reasonable rate, Leicestershire. In fairness, drops very short there. Ackerman. Lamb goes back and cuts. May pick up 3 more. Rahan Ahmed, arms pumping, chases after the ball towards the cover boundary. He will pick up 3 there. Lamb was running, put a hand on his back as he did so. So hopefully he didn't do himself any damage when he just went back to chop that away through the... And he's stretching his back now a little bit. So he just felt a tweak there, perhaps, as he went back and punched it away through the offside. Ackerman round the wicket to the left-handed Duploy on 84, goes back and forces through the vacant mid-on area down towards the deep mid-on. The person of right takes his one.
Running there, didn't he? Looked okay. Matt Lamb. It's pronounced Lee. Thank you, Drew. Not Lay. Lee. L-E-Y.
It also means field, doesn't it? Lee, Silver Lee.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, L-E-Y. Down the wicket goes Lamb, but Ackerman sees him coming, drops shorter, pushes firmly towards mid-on, but Hill dives across from short mid-wicket and makes a good stop, saves 1. Ackerman stops and just walks into his delivery stride, really. Bowls, forward goes Lamb, back up the pitch goes the ball. We have 38 overs after this, and more to the point, or perhaps more relevant to the game as a whole, as Ackerman goes in, tosses it up, Lamb plays it back down the pitch towards Ackerman. We have 1 over now until the new ball. Will Leicestershire wait, do you think, until after tea?
Well, you have 2 goes with it, won't you? You have 2 goes with it if you take it before.
The thing is, sometimes it's not much use for 3 or 4 overs, is it? It only starts to really do something after a few overs.
So do you use it before tea to get the rubbish overs out of the way, and then come in all
not necessarily rubbish, but
yeah.
The
overs in which it does nothing.
Not necessarily the most productive with the new ball. Be interesting to analyse that if anyone has ever had the time or inclination to do.
He was called Francis Lee. there was another Francis Lee who
believe
famously
there was.
operated at the baseball ground as well. He spent a lot of time on the floor, didn't he?
Used to get in fights with Norman Hunter.
He certainly did. It's a new over from Fine, and the first delivery is chopped away into the offside. They're going to come back for two here. Ahmed throws in, but the throw isn't as accurate as he might have hoped, and Lears Deploy takes two. Goes on to 87, 291 for four. Born in Winsell in Burton.
Sir, rather than Francis,
Sir
the
Francis,
footballer.
Sir Francis Lee, yeah. I don't think any of the people who worked for him called him Franny. I imagine. I don't know. I'm only guessing.
You may be right.
Thanks, Drew. Here is Finan again, bowls to Deploy, who defends it out into the onside Scriven Fields. No idea what that song is in my ears.
Oh, songs mean updates.
Yeah, no idea at all. Could be absolutely anything. Sounds modernish. Sounds like a female Dean Friedman. His next delivery is dug out by Lears Deploy up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Chris Wright. And there's no over, there's no run. There's an over. It's taking place halfway through it. Michael Finan, 7.5 overs, 1 for 46. People down the corridor are looking up at the sky now. It has gone a little dark. I think it's fair to say. I will concede that. And it looks horrific away to the west. That one is turned down to fine leg by Lears Deploy, and that'll be 4 runs. He moves into the 90s. 91 to Lears Deploy with his 9th boundary. 295 for 4. Partnership already up to 41. And the Derbyshire lead is 173. With plenty of power to add. The ground staff are loitering near the tractor, which is never a good sign, as we all know. We're 10 minutes away from the scheduled tee. That might come slightly earlier. In comes Michael Finan and bowls to Deploy, who turns this into the leg side, and Tom Scriven does the fielding. Still, now it's raining in Leeds. Glamorgan 57 for 2, leading Yorkshire by 196. They've reached tee at Southampton with Warwickshire 207 for 4, trailing by 22 against Hampshire. Northamptonshire bowled out for 255. Somerset already 17 for 1 at Taunton. Finan on his way in again and bowls to Deploy, dabs this down into the offside. They think about a single. There isn't one there. Scores are level at New Road. It's the end of the over, incidentally. 295 for 4, Derbyshire. Sussex 264 for 6. Scores level. And Surrey 149 for 5, trailing Essex by 165 runs. Umpire Pollard wants the ball. No, he doesn't. He's been thrown to Ackerman. Neil Godrich standing on the boundary's edge. The rest of his team hovering close to the tractor that pulls the covers on. Ackerman to Lamb. He's on 16. He's in and bowls to him, and he goes back into his crease and completely mistimes a shot which was aimed towards the offside, and it goes into the leg side, and there's no run. Next delivery from Ackerman is defended by Matt Lamb. Out into the offside, no run. He's ready again now. Ackerman, he gets through his overs at a decent lick, and he bowls, and back into his crease goes. Lamb mistimes the shot, reached the halfway point of the Ackerman over. 295 for 4, lead 173. Ackerman on his way in and bowls to Matt Lamb, who gets an edge on this one out into the offside. Picks up another single, moves to 17. Ackerman's already in his 8th over, and he seems to have been on for about 5 minutes. Heavy rain to the south. Ackerman around the wicket to Lears deploy on 91. Goes back into his crease and punches it out into the offside for another single, moves to 92. 297 for 4. 3 points. 3 points. 3 runs away from a second batting bonus point. Ackerman in again. Bowls defended by Matt Lamb. Up towards mid-off. It's the end of the over. Lots of pointing at clouds now by amateur weathermen next door. And we're going to see Michael Finan continue. I've just lost all the feed. I haven't done my update yet. Oh, here we go. Yeah, Derbyshire 297 for 4 now, Pam. They're leading by 175. Lears deploy 8 away from what would be the first Derbyshire batsman's century of the season. We haven't had one yet. Matt Lamb's there with him on 17, but there are some horrible, horrible dark clouds up above. I fancy it's going to rain soon. Derbyshire 297 for 4, leading by 175. Even I've come around. Yes, sorry. Yeah.
Did you see that lightning flash?
No.
Whoa.
No. Well, it looks
straight ahead, not from over there. Straight
well,
ahead.
that's miles away. That.
So that's when you can see the rain over there.
Yes, you can. You can see it behind the trees as well, can't you? I mean, it's completely filled in.
If any of that comes our way, that might be terminal. Ground staff.
Yeah, they've been hovering.
I'm a bit worried.
Hovering for an over or two.
I think they'll put it on during tea, won't they? Just in case.
I think so. They need permission to cover the whole square. Finan from the city end, bowling to Lears deploy, who turns that into the leg side. There's no run.
Deploy would dearly like to get to his 100 before tea, I'm sure.
Yes, but he's got 5 minutes or before the rain starts, or until the rain starts, because it will.
Second batting bonus point very much in sight now.
I think we've got away with it largely today, haven't we? There are 35 overs remaining, and that would mean the loss of, what, 50 odd overs today, but I think it's still more overs than many predicted. It's Finan in again, bowls to deploy, who drives it out into the offside. There's no run. Fielded by Van Mulder. Just moving to his left in the covers.
I was next door when the 80th over was reached, so no signal that a new ball has been taken.
No, I didn't notice. No announcement either. Jane would normally announce it as well, wouldn't she? I don't think it's been taken.
Fine, and might be expected to take it. He's probably the quickest of the Leicestershire bowlers.
He's on his way in again now to bowl to Lears deploy, who pushes it out into the offside once again to Van Mulder, and again straight to him, and there's no run. Neil Godrich, the head groundsman, is clearly looking at his mobile phone.
His weather app.
As long as he looks at that rather than listening to Ed Dawes, we'll be all right.
Scores on the doors. George Dawes, wasn't it, that one?
George Dawes with the scores, yeah. The lights have just come on.
Bob.
Lights have just come back on. Next delivery is a full one, and he gets away with it there. Lears to play. He had absolutely no idea where that delivery had gone after it had hit his bat. It actually went in front of square on the leg side. So he must have got the toe end of the bat on it. Well, he did. And it squirted away. And Finan almost makes the breakthrough. Deploy just remarks his guard.
Is there an equivalent of the Friends of Grace Road at the Incora County Ground?
No.
No cakes?
No.
Well, perhaps in the
Not that I'm aware
members'
of.
pavilion or something.
Next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Deploy. He'll pick up a single here. He'll also pinch the strike. He moves on to 93. Lamb has 17. Partnership 44. Derbyshire 298 for 4, leading by 176 as we approach the final over. Before tea and Armageddon.
Does rather look that way.
I don't know which one's coming first, in all honesty.
I think the players will be glad to leave. The umpires are sort of looking at each other a little
Well, Billy Taylor's a tall man,
warily.
isn't he? He'd be,
Up at the sky.
he'd be the first one.
Colin Ackerman is going to continue this longish spell from the racecourse end. 8 overs, none for 20. He's got the over 8 down to -1. Round the wicket he goes to Deploy on 93. Deploy turns his wrists on a little push out into the on side. Rishi Patel is the fielder. Dot ball. 5 balls left for Deploy to get to that 100. He's only on 93 at the moment. Ackerman is in. He turns it around the corner, but again, only as far as the fielder. In this case, Michael Finan, who is backward of square.
Big picture, isn't it, for Deploy? Big picture.
You would assume. Ackerman is in, tosses it up a bit, looking to drive it out into the offside, but rather taps it out into the offside there in the end. Deploy. Hill fields. Doesn't want to get out now, certainly. No can blame him. 3 balls to go until he makes a bit of room for himself, then tries to force it out into the offside, but Ackerman follows him rather, and Hill moves to his right to field.
Neil's now pointing at covers around the ground. I think they're deciding in which order to put the big covers on. I think they will go on at tea.
Ackerman is in. Deploy is working it round the corner, but Finan gets down to it quickly, throws to the non-striker's end, and Deploy had to hurry up there. Had that hit, it might have been an interesting one for Billy Taylor. It bounced over the top of the stumps, taken by Ackerman. Deploy picks up 1. We'll go to tea on 94, not out. And 299 for 4. Is it 1 ball to come? Can Derbyshire pick up that second batting bonus point? Ackerman is in. Lamb is forward. Well, not before tea, they won't, because he plays it down into the ground to Hill at mid-wicket, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is tea. A very good session again for the home side for Derbyshire, because they finish it on 299 for 4. They lead now by 177 runs with 6 first innings wickets still intact. We could, if this rain somehow miraculously skirts the ground, have another 34 overs today. The groundsman has come on to show Billy Taylor his weather app.
I think
he's saying, I want to put the full covers on.
I think he needs permission to put the full covers on, doesn't he, Neil Godrich, the head groundsman, and the 2 umpires are going to have a quick chat with him. Liz Deploy will lead off the Derbyshire batsman, and he'll walk up the steps. He'll get this muted round of applause, and everybody else has decided that he's going to absolutely hammer it down soon, and they're starting to vacate the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground. Assuming there's no rain, I wouldn't assume that, by the way. We'll be back in about 15, 20 minutes' time. Otherwise, we'll be back. Have you brought your snorkel? If we survive Armageddon, and Neil Godrich is now broken into a jog, which is relatively unusual. I think they're just knocking the bat. In fact, the stumps are coming out of the ground as well, which is not necessarily what would happen at tea normally. So they're going to put the covers on, and I think that's eminently sensible given how dark it is. Although, who knows if it's going to hit us or not. If it does, we won't be back. If it doesn't hit us, we will be back. Either way, we'll be back at some point because it's going to be nice on Sunday. And Derbyshire at 299 for 4, leading by 177. We'll see you soonish. In and balls to Reed.
Terrific catch. They'll take one. Too straight, too good.
2-6-3, record broken.
Great atmosphere. Concentration. And they are champions once again.
In and balls to Reed. in and bowls to Reed.
Here we go. Unbelievable shot. Really, Mascot. That's a terrific catch. They'll take one. Too straight. Too good.
2-6-3, record broken.
Great atmosphere. Concentration. And they are champions once again.
In and bowls to Reed. in and bowls to Reed.
terrific catch. They'll take one. Too straight. Too good.
2-6-3, record broken.
Great atmosphere. Concentration. And they are champions once again.
In and balls to Reed.
Terrific catch. They'll take one. Too straight. Too good.
2-6-3, record broken.
Great atmosphere. Concentration. And they are champions once again.
In and balls to Reed. in and balls to Reed.
Here we go. Unbelievable shot. Ready, Mascot. That's a terrific catch. They'll take one. Too straight. Who do it?
2-6-3, record broken.
Great atmosphere. Concentration. And they are champions once again.
In and balls to Reed. Well, this is a pleasant surprise. We're back for 10 overs from 6 o'clock. You wouldn't believe how sunny it is here at the Incora County Ground, quite frankly. The Derbyshire batsmen are very keen indeed, unsurprisingly. They are out in the middle already, as are our umpires Paul Pollard and Billy Taylor. We were originally told it was going to be 16 overs from 6 o'clock, which was slightly alarming, but due to half hours and all that kind of thing, that way above my pay grade, we're going to have 10 overs. So around about 40 minutes worth of 40 minutes worth of cricket, I would suggest. And Derbyshire in a very, very good position. So Derbyshire will resume at 299 for 4. That was we had an extended lunch interval because of the taken the new ball as well. So the new ball is taken. It's just been waved in our vague direction by umpire Pollard. And Rian Mulder is going to bowl, so no spin at the moment. They're going to, well, there wouldn't be any spin if they'd taken the new ball, of course. This is now the game where we say that cricket is a spectator sport, but of course there are no spectators left. So Rian Mulder from the city end, 2 slips, new ball in hand, and Leicestershire on 94. The Derbyshire skipper aiming to become the first Derbyshire batsman this season to reach 3 figures. And we're back underway, just slightly earlier than 6 o'clock, as in goes Mulder and bowls to Deploy, who has a swing at that one, misses, and it goes through to the keeper. So perhaps Derbyshire are going to get on with it. Forecast for tomorrow remains unpleasant, certainly with the Met office. Might get a couple of hours first thing in the morning. I say first thing when we get going, that is, of course. First thing is a bit of a misnomer in cricketing terms, since we don't start till 11 o'clock for no apparent reason. But the rain is due around 50% chance before lunch. As in comes Mulder again, and he's beaten Deploy, and he's got him. Deploy is gone. He's edged it, and he slumps his head down. Leicestershire is out to the second ball of this evening session, and he drags himself off. Still no Centurions for Derbyshire this season. He's out for 94 off 150 deliveries. An innings that included 9 fours, and he's been caught behind. And Rian Mulder has his. Is it Mulder or Finan? It might be Finan. It's Finan. I beg his pardon. Finan has his second wicket. .299 for 5 with Lewis Rees scheduled to walk down the steps, and here he comes, and Leicestershire still hasn't got to the boundary. I think he can scarcely believe what's gone on. He gets applause from Leicestershire, from Lewis Rees rather, who's walked past him, and he's got to the boundary rope now. It has taken him at least a minute. He cannot believe it. Wow. The lead is 177. Who knows? It may still be enough. Forecast, as we're looking for the forecast for tomorrow, which suggests 50% chance of rain before lunch, and then it rises after that. And Sunday, no rain really before 4 o'clock, although it is a little bit dark first thing, as you might expect. So the left-handed Lewis Rees replaces the left-handed Leas Deploy. And the game continues to move on. Next delivery is turned into the leg side. It is Vian Mulder. He was bowling from the far end. I thought it was Mulder. Lewis Rees off the mark with the singles. The ball is turned into the offside. And there is no run. The 300 is up for Derbyshire, so they've got their 5th bonus point of the match. The Derbyshire have just lost their 5th wicket, rather disappointingly. Leas Deploy, the skipper, out. Second ball after the resumption. He was caught by Peter Hanscom off the bowling of Vian Mulder for 94, 299 for 5 at that stage. They've moved on to 301 for 5 now. Lewis Rees on 1 and Lamb on 18. Derbyshire lead by 179. Lamb on 18, Rees on 1. 301 for 5, Derbyshire leading by 179, and Rees gets one down the leg side that's going to go for 4 byes. That was leg byes, in fact, so it wouldn't have been a catch. Vian Mulder did shout catch, and Derbyshire moved to 305 for 5, a lead of 183. Mulder 3 for 49 from his 20 overs. 9 fours in that innings from Leas Deploy. New ball does the trick. I know people who wouldn't have taken the new ball, but I think it was exactly the right decision. Richard Ray's back with us.
Well, the way they had bowled previously suggested to me that there wasn't a great deal of point. But yeah, he found another one. Mulder has been the pick, and he found a good one. I could hear the nick echoed around the ground.
I got horribly, yes, absolutely. I got horribly confused by the scoreboard, though.
Chris Wright is in and bowls outside off stump to Matt Lamb, who tries to pull a long hop from outside off stump, which dies in the pitch rather. Doesn't get up at all. He pulls over the top of it and wanders down to prod at a spot in the pitch, which is nearer the umpire than it is his own stumps. Indication of just how short that delivery was. Right, didn't get that at all right. Why did the scoreboard confuse you?
Because they gave that first over to Michael Fine, and I called it as Vian Mulder. I mean, the one's right-handed, one isn't. But
Wright is in again, a little bit short outside off stump, but not timed by Lamb as he tries to force it out through the offside. Picks out Michael Fine.
But you know how these things confuse me quite easily, and you start to doubt yourself.
Yeah, indeed. But the fact it was a right.
Yes.
Right hand bowler, right arm bowler, as opposed to left armer, albeit that he was coming from that round the wicket angle. They got there in the end. They were going to start again at 8, didn't they?
Yeah, well, I did have to tell her. I wrote her a note.
Right is in again, a little bit short outside off stump. Timed better this time by Lamb, forcing off the back foot, but again, he's picked out Finan.
In fairness to Jane, she had announced it as Vian Mulder, but I think just the computer, operator error, really. It's just 8.5 overs to go today now.
Might be done by about 20-7 on that basis. Can Leicestershire pick up another bowling bonus point? Derbyshire already have 5 bonus points in the name. 3 bowling, 2 batting. Right is in, bowls, reaching for it a little bit is Lamb. Playing it firmly out into the offside. Again, Finan for the 3rd consecutive delivery is the fielder.
These two shared a century stand on the final day at Durham. Let's say final day, day 3 morning. Turned out to be the final day as Derbyshire lost by an innings, but they batted really nicely together, these two. And of course, Lewis Rees, handy man to come in when the new ball's taken because he's an opening batsman by trade.
Could not understand his absence from the side earlier.
No.
In the season, Wright is in a little bit short again. Lamb, tall, very broad-shouldered man, can stand up and play it firmly off the back foot out into the offside. I don't need to tell you who the fielder is. 4 in a row. And he hands it to mid-off to do the polishing, glistening in the sun, that new ball.
Saw something I can't remember seeing on the outfield of a first-class cricket ground, a player having throwdowns before they resumed.
Wright is in, and this time he's punched it very straight, Matt Lamb. Well, it's been coming, that shot. He's tried it 3 times at least in this over. That one he got bang on. It was a little bit short of a length. It was straighter, though. He could stand up and punch it straight back past Wright, inside mid-off, and it runs down to the long off boundary for 4. Lovely shot from Lamb, who moves on to 22, 309 for 5. The lead now 187.
Yeah, Matt Lamb having throwdowns just inside the boundary's edge before he came back out to resume his innings. Perhaps Leas might consider that. It took him a full minute to get from the middle to the rope.
Couldn't believe what had happened.
Took him a long, long time. Vian Mulder then, 3 wickets in the bag all ready for him, and its first delivery of the new over is turned by Lewis Rees. Just backward a square in the leg side. They go through for a single. Rees moves on to 2, 310. 4-5. They look like they want to get a move on here. They've clearly had a number of chats in the changing rooms in the extended tea interval. So we had an extended lunch interval and an extended tea interval, and as a result, I've lost 36 overs today. Sadly, 8 of those can be added on tomorrow, although I don't think we're going to get anywhere near the evening session, as this next delivery just bounces on Matt Lamb and is pushed out off the edge of the bat down towards Sol Budinger at backward point.
See, they've long since called the stumps at Trent Bridge. I think they got all that rain that was
Yes,
heading
that's that
way.
way, certainly, isn't it? It's sort of over there, I think, Trent Bridge way, over the members'
which is
River.
where we could see rain heading,
Oh, it looked
and a
horrible.
lot of
It
it.
looked horrible, didn't it? Well, we got away with it. Mulder bowls, and it's defended by Lamb up to mid-off, where Chris Wright makes an absolute meal of picking the ball up. Applies some sweat to it, and then has a chat with Lewis Hill. The fewer chats, the better, I think.
Agreed.
Not that Derbyshire are in any way any quicker than bowling their overs than Leicestershire are. As Mulder is in again, that's left alone outside the off stump by Lamb. Goes through to Peter Hansworth. Behind the stumps. Peter Hanscom behind the stumps. I don't know if the BBC...
We ought to explain, shouldn't we?
Well,
How have we explained?
I think we explained a long,
Did we?
long time. About 3 weeks ago we explained, I think. But yeah, he was called Peter Hansworth in a post day 1 match report.
Umpire had a word, quite a severe word, with Vian Mulder there, who raised a hand in what looked like an apology.
All right. He's in again now on bowls. That's left alone outside the off stump once again by Matt Lamb. And it goes through to Hanscom behind the stumps.
Whether he said something to Lamb, I don't know.
No need, is there? No need.
Absolutely not.
All friends here. Yeah, the same report that called him Peter Hansworth also called the Derbyshire great Doug Gregory. And he was oblivious to it this morning. This one is pushed out into the offside when he was told about the error. The writer, that one is another dot ball to finish the over. Just the 1 run from it. Rees 2, Lamb 22. Derbyshire's lead is 188. They're 310 for 5.
And there are just 7 overs remaining.
You've been counting down since 50.
In the day. Well, when they said 17 from 6 o'clock, I was like, oh, crumbs.
17
Well, you
didn't
see,
make a lot of sense, did it really?
my wife's here at the moment. She's going back tomorrow, so I need to have one last evening in her company.
That'd be a reason for me to want to stay. In my circumstances, I've never met your wife. So
That's good to say, yes.
it's harsh off me.
Chris Wright is in past umpire Taylor, bowls outside off stump, pushing it across the left-handed Lewis Rees, who leaves it. Short-sleeved shirt for Rees, no sweater. Does have his sleeveless, I think.
No,
sweater
I think
on.
they're both. Yes, no, I can't tell from here.
No, he's got his sleeveless sweater on, and Rees, I don't think, has.
Yeah, I think you're right on both counts.
Although it is at least the same colour as their
indeed.
trousers.
Oh,
In goes Wright and bowls. Rees dabs it from off stump with a slightly angled bat back into the on side. Rishi Patel runs in and picks up, casting a very long shadow. The floodlight shadows extending well across this square now. Well, not the square because it's just not the angle, but in terms of the width of the ground, well across halfway behind umpire Taylor. Wright is in. Bowls to Rees, goes past the outside edge. There is a half-hearted shout, semi-appeal, semi-sort of frustration from wicketkeeper Slips, and even Wright started to raise his right arm before realising that if there was a noise, it was probably from Rees's bat on his pads, something like that. 3-10 for 5.
Goodinge was very excited.
Trying to keep themselves involved, Leicestershire here. In the moment, what these athletes say. Right, elbows jutting, runs in and bowls. Again, pushing it across. Rees again, Rees leaves and not taken cleanly by Peter Hanscom behind the stumps. Rather bounces out of pops out of the gloves to the right. No extras accrue as a consequence. Handful of dust for Wright so far in this innings. None for 71 from 20.4 overs. None for 51 for Josh Hull from 14. Bowled better today than the 4 overs he was given yesterday.
Is that where they got the title of the novel from?
As in goes Wright, and again it's pushed outside off stump, and again Rees has nothing to do with it, though he does rehearse the slash through the offside. I don't know, maybe he was a cricketer.
Was it Ian Forster?
It was, yes. So could have been. It was big in Victorian times.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I suspect not.
No, probably right.
Suspect not.
Always good to get some literary references in of an evening, though, on a Friday, while people are getting ready to get on with their lives, and we're sat here at the cricket.
Right, sort of leans into his run and gets going and bowls on off stump to Rees, who again defends it back down the pitch on the off side. You heard the immediate call of no from Rees, end of Wright's over. His 21st, as I say, none for 71. Finan has 1 for 51 from 9. Scriven, he bowled well today, 1 for 29 from 10. 3 rather expensive even overs from Rehan Ahmed for 25, and 9 relatively inexpensive overs from Colin Ackerman, none for 21.
Where this game goes from this mini session this evening remains to be seen. The forecast for tomorrow is much better on Sunday. Mulder begins a new over, and it's turned off his pads by Lamb to at mid-wicket. Rehan Ahmed is the fielder. It's like a deliberate attempt by the Leicestershire fielders to G themselves up here. They're tossing the ball to each other and getting all very excited. Lots of swinging of arms in the slip cord, and Rishi Patel and Colin Ackerman. Mulder turns at the top of his mark. 310 for 5. He's in and bowls. So bowled him. Off stump's gone. And Rian Mulder, the pick of the Leicestershire bowlers by a million miles, has got his 4th wicket. The off stump is leaning back, and Matt Lamb's gone for 22. And Derbyshire in this mini session are going absolutely nowhere. Their lead is 188. They're 310 for 6 now. They might as well just have a go, really. If they're going to be
got a little inside edge on that. Seemed to start quite wide. Either came back a long way or a little inside edge as he went forward to defend. Have a look at the replay.
Lamb's innings never really got going. I told you he'd go hard. 22 off 62 balls. Never really got going. I imagine that the next batsman will be Zach Chappell. It ought to be, on the premise that he's the best of the bowlers. It's going to be interesting. Now, this is Vivian Mulder is in a lengthy conversation here with the umpire Pollard. I think he's telling him where the danger area is, where the red zone is. He probably knows, but always good just to, no, you're right, ump, I was doing it, you're right, absolutely, I won't do it again. And I'll be bowling again in the second innings, should there be one. The lead 188 probably isn't enough to force her. Again, he's walking down the pitch, is Pollard, and pointing to the area of concern.
How much more bowling Mulder may do in this match is moot, isn't it? Really, he may not do too much more after tonight if we do lose a lot of overs tomorrow. And it is Chappell, you're right.
We're not far away from Leicestershire batting this evening, of course, for a couple of overs.
Well, we'd lose 2, wouldn't we? And it really would be a couple.
I'm just putting it out there, Rich.
Yeah.
Just putting it out there.
It would mean 1.4 more overs for Derbyshire, wouldn't it? Really, essentially.
Going nowhere at the minute. Chappell will he'll go hard from the start. No idea what he'll do. Mulder bowls to him and he defends. There we go. Out into the offside.
He's back on the scene of his greatest triumph with the bat.
Yes, indeed.
Chappell?
Was it 95?
95, was it? Yeah.
Something like that, wasn't it?
A long time ago that was.
Debut.
Indeed. In might have been 2014.
That was before my time.
I was here. In that little hut, but it's now been demolished.
Very much part of the furniture. As Mulder bowls to Chappell, who whips this into the leg side. And they get one. One is all they will get because it's been fielded down there by Michael Finan. 96, in fact, Zach Chappell's highest score here. It's a great start to a career with the bat, isn't it? 96, to say his average is 18.6.
2015.
2015. Wow. Those were the days. We were young and carefree. Well, in our 50s anyway. As this next delivery from Mulder is turned into the leg side by Lewis Rees. And there is no run. 311 for 6. Derbyshire's lead is 189. I have one more update to do at 6:32, which means 25 to. Because they'll not come at 6:32.
I've dialed down. They're talking about football, which tends to obsess them at the moment.
They are talking about football as well on Radio Derby, but they've promised me they'll come as Mulder bowls to Rees and beats him. Has he beaten him or has he taken the edge? Well, the umpire's hand has stayed down and Rees isn't going anywhere. That's because he hasn't hit it. End of the over. Good delivery, though, from Vivian Mulder. 22 over 6 maidens, 4 for 51 now. It's been a terrific effort from him. Rees has 2. Chappell has 1. Derbyshire 311 for 6, leading by 189. That looked like a full-throated appeal, didn't it? They fooled me, anyway. But I'm starting to think about tea already, so my tea, that is, as opposed to the tea interval.
I was going to say, you've been thinking long since started. You told me what you're having already.
Oh, I know what I'm having. But that will be
a healthy salad.
That will be of no surprise to anybody who listens to me regularly. They will all know what I'm having without me even telling them. So
I think it was, you said, didn't you?
No.
Salad without dressing.
No. Well, there won't be any dressing, certainly.
Either in either sense, you won't be dressing for dinner.
No. I've got my suit though with me.
Chris Wright is in bowls to Chappell, who is careful, solid in defence, fullish delivery, waits for it, plays it under his eye line, pushes it out into the offside. Yeah, interesting to know what Derbyshire's tactics are from here. If I suppose they can't be certain what will happen tomorrow. I mean, they're in a wonderful position in the game, a lead of 189. But one would hope, from Leicester's point of view, they won't bat as badly second time. You never know.
Can Derbyshire bowl as well as, well, certainly Lewis Rees and Henry Brooks.
In goes right. Similar sort of delivery, fullish, trying to get through. Chappell's solid defence. Again, he's playing from the crease, everything close together. A little more uncertain as he pushes it out into the offside. Four for 51 now for Mulder. Can he get a 5 foot? Probably just about deserves it.
No inside
He's
edge.
laboured away. No, just came back.
Straight through the gate. Just stayed straight, bowled from quite
From
wide.
Right is in, looking to turn it on the leg side. Leading edge from Chappell. Runs out towards mid-off.
Just clip the top of off stump. Nice delivery.
Umpire Pollard and Mulder will know each other much better after this game, won't they? They've had numerous conversations.
They'll be exchanging Christmas cards, I would have thought. There might be one way.
Best weather of the day now.
Glorious, isn't it?
4.3 overs remain. Right in. Chappell gets a delivery slightly shorter of a length, thick outside edge. He says, should I run? Yes, says Lewis Rees. And Chappell, with those long strides of his, wanders off down to the far end. The throw comes in from Finan at the stumps at the non-strikes and missed them by quite a margin. Hill did the backing up, made sure there were no overthrows. Chappell picks up his second single.
I think the throw was closer to hitting Zach Chappell's back than the stumps.
2 to Chappell, 2 to Rees. Rees has faced 11 balls for his couple. He's facing now as right is in and bowls to him, and he's going to pick up 4. Perhaps can third man get there? He can actually put in the slide. Usually Josh Hull who's down there. So Rees has picked up 2. What's he left behind? Oh, Chappell has dropped his gloves. He was carrying them and dropped them both. Yeah, there's something rather. What do they say? Village these days about things like that.
I can't remember ever taking my gloves off when I was out in the middle.
No, perhaps now they're long enough to get sweaty hands or anything.
Well, he's only faced 6 deliveries himself, but he's got the gloves off.
Indeed. 2 to Rees. He moves on to 4, 314 for 6. Lead should be over 200 by the close. In goes right, bowls to him, and a rather elegant leave. Lifts his bat over the line of the ball, then rehearses a smashing drive through the offside, which he didn't play. 4 overs remain. 314 for 6. The lead 192.
7 deliveries, and Leicestershire would not bat tonight. It was a bit fanciful, really. I stuck him in by now anyway, but that's the kind of aggressive captaincy I would bring to this team. It wouldn't necessarily be winning captaincy, but
I can see you captaining them in a pro-celeb game.
That'd be good, wouldn't it? Mulder begins a new over, and he's always been dropped.
He's dropped.
How has Hanscom not taken that? Wow, the slip fielders were already racing towards the bowler, and then suddenly one of them turned around and must have said, oh no. And they all stopped. Wow.
Chappell on 2, and that would have been Mulder's 5 for.
And again, a fairly
Very
straightforward wicket-keeping catch or wicket-keeping chance.
Yeah.
Mulder's having a curate's egg of a game as far as his fortune is concerned. And now he's been whipped into the leg side by Zach Chappell for a couple of runs. Around the boundary comes Finan, and the Derbyshire lead goes up to 194, 316 for 6-4 now to Zach Chappell. Well, it's barely believable, the 2 drops. I can't imagine that this one will cost as much as the first one. When Wayne Madsen was dropped on 18 and went on to make 67. Mulder bowls. That again is turned a little aerially into the leg side by Zach Chappell. Just a single this time. Finan once again comes in to do the fielding. 317 for 6.
Rees had made his ground and turned in hopeful anticipation of a second. And when he looked back, Chappell was still running away from him. But then he wasn't looking back. His back was, he was sort of
I'm all right
a good yard short of the crease at the far end.
Here comes Mulder again and bowls to Rees, who defends it back to the bowler.
It just hadn't occurred to him that there might be 2 in it, basically.
When they ran 2 before, Rees was already sort of arms out. Do you fancy a third? And he didn't. He didn't. In the previous over. Two slips for Lewis Rees. Vian Mulder, 4 for 54, his figures. He's in and bowls to him, and it's a perfectly executed defensive shot back towards the bowler. Traffic moving nice and freely on the Pentagon Island. We won't have any trouble getting away tonight. Those 4 o'clock finishes are bad when you're trying to get onto the main road at 5 o'clock. It's almost impossible. You're at the mercy of the drivers already on there. Mulder in again and bowls. Rees dances down the pitch and is bowled. And Mulder does have his 5 for 54. Terrific effort from Vian Mulder. Lewis Rees, 2 or 3 steps down the pitch towards the bowler. A wild swing, in all honesty. And it just clips the top of off stump, removes the bails. And Derbyshire are 317 for 7 now, leading by 195. I think their intention is fairly clear. They won't be batting tomorrow.
Doesn't look that way. Leicestershire could yet pick up a third bowling bonus point. Plenty of overs to get the last 2 wicket, or the 2 wickets more that they need for that bowling bonus point. But Mulder, a more than respectable effort. 5 for 54 for him. I spoke to him.
Sam Connors has been promoted to 9. Wow.
I spoke to him yesterday, Vian Mulder. He said he felt it was coming. He felt he'd been bowling well without much luck. And he'd been hitting the ball well. Well, his luck may have changed, Vian Mulder.
He's bowled nicely, hasn't he? He's bowled really nicely. 5 for 54. That was the last ball of the over as well, incidentally.
First class best now, figures.
If you carry on, I'll do my update away from here.
All right, you are. Chris Wright will carry on from the racecourse end. Yeah, he's not going to get his first class bowling best because they are 7 for 25 in 2016 for Lions versus Dolphins, wherever they represent in South Africa. 3 slips behind Zach Chappell. Leicestershire trying to put a bit of pressure on their former teammate. Also a legs gully, really. Right, still searching for that first wicket of the game. Runs in past umpire Taylor and bowls. Chappell looks to drive. Little uncertainty. We didn't get to the pitch of it. He got forward and played it firmly out into the offside. It went behind point, more or less straight to Michael Finan. And there is no run. So Mulder, Ackerman and Patel, the slips alongside Peter Hanscom. That's the first one I've seen him drop. He's an unfussy wicketkeeper, described by some as a sort of fielder with gloves on, really, but he usually takes it cleanly and goes right, outside off stump, played firmly off the back foot, very pleasantly, actually, in terms of timing by Chappell, but straight to mid-off.
When he come back momentarily, do you spot my deliberate mistake? It's Henry Brooks, of course.
Ah, thank you.
Apologies.
That's
I'd forgotten all about him, and we did hear about his 50s, didn't we, yesterday in an email? So fingers crossed.
He's ahead of
Connors.
Connors.
And Watt. So Watt might come in next, but.
But he's watching at the moment. He's described on the board as Brooks H, but it all runs together, so it's Brooks, as in the Dutch pronunciation, perhaps, or the drunk pronunciation. In goes right and bowls to Chappell, who's pushing it out towards Fine and picks up right-handed, but he has to transfer it to his left, so knows really there's no point in hurling the ball at the stumps, doesn't bother doing so. Chappell and Brooks complete a single, brings Brooks down on strike. I won't keep saying it. There isn't another Brooks in the game, is there? So why is it Brooks H? No. General bemusement as to why he should have an initial on the scoreboard. In goes right, bowls onto the leg stump of Henry Brooks, turns it calmly towards square leg, but wait there, he says. Sol Budinger, having come out of that leg gully position he was in for Chappell, moves across. A dark cloud is building again, but actually I can see a bit of rain on the far side of it, but it is well in the distance, and we are going to get the 2.2 overs that remain to be bowled today should indeed be bowled. Right is in and bowls again onto the legs of Brooks, and this time he's worked it just far enough wide of Budinger to call Chappell through for the single. Hanscom holds up his gauntlet to shield his face, looking directly into the now fairly lowish sun away to the west. Chappell, who seems to take off his gloves between if he's not on strike, always has to go through the pen, dragging them back on and fastening the Velcro. But Wright isn't quick back to his mark, so he's not holding anything up by so doing. Waits with bat raised as Wright is in, bowls to him, hits him on the pad as he tries to turn the delivery into the leg side, bounces towards short leg, and that is the end of the over. 3-1-9-4-7. 1 to Brooks, 6 to Chappell. The lead 1-9-7. 2 overs remain, so no declaration tonight. Not that we really seriously anticipated any such manoeuvre. A late call from Leos Deploy, who's probably still fed up with himself about getting out. I mean, he looked as a fairly good bet to become Derbyshire's first centurion of the season. 94 he made. In goes Mulder, bowls outside off stump to Brooks, who leaves outside off stump. Three slips again for Brooks. Mulder looking to straighten it away from him. Comes in, bowls, he goes past the outside edge. That one did move away. Brooks plunged rather forward. Didn't get anything on it. Heavy dark cloud away to the west now. But it isn't the whole sky filling in. It looks to be a shower in it, but the shower is away to the south. In goes Mulder, bowls onto the Midland leg area. Brooks closes the bat face on the defensive push out towards Ahmed. It goes at mid-wicket. There's no run. Short but sweet update from Fletch from BBC Radio Derby there. And he is back with us for the last knockings of the second day. Match has moved on. Rain interruptions notwithstanding. In goes Mulder, bowls. Back foot defensive shot on off stump from Brooks, just dropping it out towards point where Hull is the fielder.
I'm back.
I know it.
I told you it wouldn't be 6:32. It never is, but when When they say 6:32 and you're not there and they do come to
It's
you,
very specific, isn't it?
It's too specific, really.
And then it was 6:37 in the end.
Was it? No, I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Left you alone for 5 minutes. I don't like doing that.
No problem. In goes Mulder. Forward goes Brooks with a slightly angled back. Chappell wants it, but he's thrown by Hull to the wrong end. Chappell is not the greatest runner in the world. He remained anchored while Brooks, I should say, remained anchored while Chappell galloped towards him. It was, I suppose, Chappell's call.
Yeah,
So
there was probably a single. Well, there was a single there because he got in, but yeah.
Could have been an awkward one.
Henry didn't look like he was for running, did he?
He didn't.
7 balls left. Rich.
Last one for
balls.
Mulder tonight. Well, he's got his 5, so he won't mind too much. I don't think he is in and bowls forward. Leans forward. Chappell defends. A line and length delivery out into the offside. Runs out to right, and Mulder's work for the day is done. And he at least has plenty he can be reasonably proud of. 24 overs, 6 maidens, 5 for 55.
Yeah, he's bowled well, hasn't he? Economical. 5 wickets, just about everything you want, really. Chris Wright will bowl the final over of the day. A bizarre old day, really. Full morning session. Well, no, that's nonsense. Went off for rain, didn't they? At 10 to 12. So a curtailed morning session. Wright is in and bowls to Brooks, who just guides this out into the offside. And there's no run. Derbyshire took their overnight score from 144 for 3 to 189 for 3. And carried on scoring after lunch as well, before Wayne Madsen was dismissed for 67. 299 for 4. When they went off for tea, at which point all the covers came on because it looked like we were going to be underwater for some time, and it skirted past us for the most part. But a lengthy delay again. Right, he's in once more and bowls to Brooks, who plays with his bat a long way away from his body. Take a while to get him to 50 at this rate. And then since the resumption, Leicestershire second ball, Vian Mulder, caught by Peter Hanscom for 94. Matt Lamb and Lewis Rees both bowled by Mulder for 22 and 4 respectively. And they've added 21 runs and lost 3 wickets in the 9 overs and 4 balls that we've had since the resumption. So that's probably Leicestershire's session. In goes Wright and bowls a full delivery that is guided. I think it was a bump ball out into the offside backward of square. They've run 2. He's shed his gloves again as Zach Chappell. They're strewn around the pitch, and the lead is 200. 322 for 7. They can declare now. Lead of 200.
Attracts a little round of applause from the very aware Derbyshire supporters. They know what's what.
Both of them. This is bucking the trend of spectator sports by being played with virtually no spectators now.
Well, look on lots of members enjoying the sun on the balcony over there.
Yeah, it'd be quite pleasant on there, I imagine. Pleasant-ish, anyway. 3 to go. Wright is he's almost chopped on there, but excuse me, as Brooks, but he's got 4 with an inside edge down to third man. Had no right to play the ball there. And Chris Wright will feel a little aggrieved. He's wicketless, and he's now conceded 82 runs, 326 for 7. The lead is up to 204. This is a man looking for a quick getaway next to me, by the way. He's already standing up and packing his bag. This is magnificent effort.
I've explained the circumstances.
No, I know. I'm not. I know. Well, ordinarily, if I was going home, I would have to do the same because otherwise I'd be going home, going to bed, getting up, and coming back. But I have a far more leisurely evening ahead of me. As Wright is in again, and Brooks defends this one back towards the bowler, and we reach the final ball of the day just as the sun disappears and a horrible, dirty grey cloud comes over the county ground here in Derby. It's probably fitting. I asked for the lights to be put on. It's very fitting, I think, that we should finish in these circumstances. We might need our coats when we go around to do the end-of-day interviews. Final ball then. Henry Brooks, the hero of yesterday, is on 8, and he's facing Chris Wright, who is in now, and he leaves alone outside the off stump. Well done, Henry. That is it for today. We will be back tomorrow. How much play we get remains to be seen, but we will be here if there is play, unquestionably, with Derbyshire having closed day 2 on 326 for 7. Henry Brooks has 8. Zach Chappell has 6. Rian Mulder, 24 overs, 6 maidens, 5 for 55. The undoubted star of the show as far as Leicestershire's bowling attack is concerned. Poor old Leas Deploy, one of his 3 victims since the resumption at 6 o'clock. Second ball of this evening session, this curtailed evening session, dismissed for 94. But Derbyshire in a very healthy position. They lead by 204, and we will return.
We will.
Contractually obliged to return tomorrow morning at some point.
Could yet be an interesting day. But I think it will be an interesting conclusion to the game. Derbyshire very firmly on top.
Sunday looks okay, everybody, so you can relax and watch whatever you need to watch tomorrow and come back on Sunday. Cheers.